Get myself situated. Oh man. Okay. There's grass on my leg. I apologize. I was mowing today and I had to mow late. That's the way things unfolded throughout the day. So I've been away for a few days, 4 or 5 days. Last week, my back was killing me. I had a big knot in my upper back.
Hey there, Richard.
Oh, hey, Joe. Like next to my shoulder blade, and
I just couldn't sit back
because of Andy
be a part of destroying the Earth anymore.
on Rory's stream and Rory's Discord. I've been using a heating pad all week, and it's helping. It's helping with my back overall. It's small though. It's like a 12 by 10 or or 10 by 12, or maybe a
from a vehicle like yours causes irreparable damage to the ozone.
10 by 10.
I drive a hybrid.
It's small, but I'm able to put it where I need it to be. So I'm looking for. I'm looking at bigger heating pads now.
Hey, is that a hybrid?
So again, thanks Andy, Rory, and Alexander's Discord.
Well, anyway, good for you. Thanks.
Still trying to get myself situated here. So my choice is this. I could buy a new heating pad, which could wait until whenever. Because I do have a heating pad that functions well, and I'm able to put it where I need it to be, except like right now in my rig. When I'm sitting in the lazy boy, I can wrap it around my my lat a little bit, so it helps there too. But I really want to get a longer one. The ones I'm seeing are 12 by 24. And I want to get my neck involved, and my shoulders, and my middle upper back. So I think that would be perfect. Those are anywhere from 20 to 30 bucks. And of course, there's the odd, crazy prices.
Hey there, Richard. Oh, hey, Joe. New car? Yeah, it's a hybrid. I just couldn't.
That's not a hybrid.
Be a part of destroying the Earth anymore.
Wow, good for you.
Oh, thanks.
You can see the ripple.
Well, there goes the new high and mighty Gerald Groflowski.
No, that's not a ripple.
Ever since he got that new hybrid, he thinks he's better than everyone else.
You know, the emissions from a vehicle like yours causes irreparable damage to the ozone. I drive a hybrid. It's much better for the environment. Thanks.
Dad, can we go home? All you ever do since you got this car is drive around and show it off.
Hey, is that a hybrid? Oh, yes, you've got one too, I see. Yeah, I like to be a part of the solution, not part of the problem. Well, anyway, good for you. Thanks!
Dad, I think I is starving to death.
Hold on, boys. We still have to go to the hardware store and hand out awareness citations to SUV cars in the parking lot.
What?
So, I'm getting the heating pad situated right now and getting that sucker turned down. I want a hot tub.
What's up, everybody? Casey Hendrickson here,
We live in
and
Michigan,
happy
though. Hot tubs
Monday
aren't smart.
to all of you. And I also want to thank SilverFoxArt.com, our wonderful sponsor, making this possible. Go to SilverFoxArt.com for custom, unique wall art. And again, they do all sorts of amazing things. Logos, family photos, if you've got a restaurant, VFW post, favorite sports team. They do all of that handcrafted, made from scratch out of wood. Not plastic, not canvas, wood. And it's full color with backlighting, and it's three-dimensional, which is the coolest part about it. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about this today. And by the way, welcome back to the live stream situation, because it's been a mess with the construction and everything else going on here. Camera's still a little bit out of frame. I'm running out of time. I was getting ready to start the live stream, got a call from the wife. We're in the middle of remodeling, and so that's been a mess. So bear with me for just a little bit.
This thing is a bit of a handful.
Minutes or so of this, but I played that.
The Group 2 is planted, man.
Famous smuggler episode
but this one
of South Park, and of course there's
with VOP
a hybrid song, which we'll get into later on today.
Traction control on 2.
We had members of the Obama administration.
It'll try to kill you,
Democratic Party,
especially if you're not ready for it or used to driving without any traction control. It'll try and kill you.
Catch for clunkers,
so
nonsense,
Brigsby, you need to be using this car, dude.
From your normal car into these other vehicles, which at the time, not really the best option. The technology, again, wasn't quite there. It will get there eventually. Hybrids are probably still a better normal car.
That's not what I want to do. I'm going to tag him.
Brigsby Gaming.
Choice of going fully electric, but that's going to change in the future. It's going to take time, and I feel like I need a custom unique.
Where are you locals? Get out of here. Go away. Tagged you on Twitch, Brigsby.
Hey there, Richard.
Oh, hey, Gerald. New car?
Yeah, it's a hybrid. I just couldn't sit back and be a part of destroying the Earth anymore.
Well, good for you.
Oh, thanks.
Now there goes the new high and mighty Gerald Roflowski. Yeah, ever since he got that new hybrid, he thinks he's better than everyone else.
You know, the emissions from a vehicle like yours causes irreparable damage to the ozone. I drive a hybrid. It's much better for the environment. Thanks.
Dad, can we go home? All you ever do since you got this car is drive around and show it off.
Hey, is that a hybrid?
Oh, yes, you've got one too, I see.
Yeah, I like to be a part of the solution, not part of the problem. Well, anyway, good for you.
Thanks!
Dad, I think I'm starving to death.
Hold on, boys. We still have to go to the hardware store and hand out awareness citations to SUV cars in the parking lot.
What?
What's up, everybody? Casey Hendrickson here, and happy Monday to all of you. And I also want to thank SilverFoxArt.com, our wonderful sponsor, making this possible. Go to SilverFoxArt.com for custom, unique wall art. And again, they do all sorts of amazing things. Logos, family photos, if you've got a restaurant, BMW post, favorite sports team. They do all of that handcrafted, made from scratch out of wood. Not plastic, not canvas, wood. And it's full color with backlighting, and it's three-dimensional, which is the coolest part about it. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about this today. And by the way, welcome back to the live stream situation, because it's been a mess with the construction and everything else going on here. Camera's still a little bit out of frame. I'm running out of time. I was getting ready to start the live stream, got a call from the wife. We're in the middle of remodeling, and so that's been a mess. So bear with me for just a little bit. I'll try and give you at least 20 minutes or so of this, but I played that. That was from the famous smuggler episodes of South Park. And of course, there's the hybrid song, which we'll get into a little bit later on today. But that was when hybrids were all the rage. And we had members of the Obama administration, the prominent members of the Democratic Party, saying that we wanted gas prices to go high because we wanted to push people into hybrids. No cash for clunkers, nonsense, and everything else. It was all designed to push you away from your normal car into these other vehicles, which at the time, not really the best option. The technology, again, wasn't quite there. It will get there eventually. Hybrids are probably still a better choice than going fully electric, but That's going to change in the future. It's going to take time. And I feel like I need to start the show off by mentioning, once again, that I am not anti-electric vehicle. I like electric vehicles. One day I will probably have an electric vehicle. There's a couple that I would be very interested in owning right now. It just doesn't fit my lifestyle right now, where I live and the things that I have to do. That doesn't mean that there won't be an option for them in the future, and I certainly anticipate that being the option. However, intentionally causing harm and intentionally making things more expensive in order to push you towards something, and even if you don't think it's intentional, the spin to make it seem like it's a positive, that this pushes people into electric vehicles and stuff like that, it's not good. Alright, so this is Pete Buttigieg, our former mayor. For those of you who don't know, we are in the Michiana area, South Bend, and the surrounding metro area. South Bend itself is a small city. The area itself is actually fairly large on both sides of the border with Michigan and Indiana. So this is our former mayor, which we tried warning you all about, Pete Buttigieg, and he's talking about, you know, hey, this gas price thing is really good because it's pushing people into electric vehicles. Here he is.
We're for cutting the cost of electric vehicles, because when you have an electric vehicle, then you're also going to be able to save on gas, but you got to be able to afford it in the first place. Right. Now we're actually starting to see on some models the costs come to where even if your car payment's a little higher, your gas payment will be a little lower and you come out ahead, but the prices still need to come down for most Americans to be able to get an EV.
Okay, now what Pete said is not entirely wrong, all right? And, you know, he had the caveats in there that, hey, some models. Now, those models are the entry-level electric vehicle models, which, frankly, don't have any of the bells and whistles and don't have very good reviews. Some of them are better reviewed than others, but generally speaking, the entry-level electric vehicle market is not thriving because people don't like them. People like Teslas, people like, you know, the EV Mustangs and things like that. They don't really like the entry-level electric vehicles. And there's a lot of articles in automotive media that you can go to and you can take a look at. I don't need to go into the details on all of that stuff, but you can go into the automotive sector of the news media and you can see this bear out. The entry-level vehicles, which are supposed to start like $27,000 to $30,000, people don't like them. They're not there yet at that price point. Tesla has done a really good job of bringing the price of their vehicles down. So some models you can get into a Tesla for just over 50 grand.
I'm posting my link
which,
around
again,
here and there.
For a Tesla is really
Please,
good.
One moment, please.
For the performance and the features that you get in a vehicle, that price point is actually really good.
I need to see if I can drive this freaking
It's
car.
not something that is attainable for the vast majority of people.
And
what I find so interesting about what Pete had to say is when Pete Buttigieg says, you know, for some vehicles, yeah, you can come out ahead a little bit, you know, that sort of thing, versus the price of gas. That's only as the price of gas exists now. When the price of gas goes back down to like Trump levels, that's not the case. And we've been over this on the radio show a couple of times where I've kind of broken down the math. We're going to do so again here for those of you who have not seen this before, and so there's a video of all of this. But at the same time, we've done this before, and it's you come out ahead with an electric vehicle with high gas prices. With low gas prices, it takes a lot more to come out ahead. And a lot of these entry-level vehicles don't last nearly as long as some of these higher-end vehicles do. And that's another big issue. Now, buying a vehicle is considered your second biggest purchase. For many of you, it's going to be your first big purchase before you buy your first house. But for you know, most adults, your vehicles are going to be your second big tier of purchase behind your home. And most people don't buy their cars right, myself included. Most people just don't. I know what I'm supposed to do. I don't always do it. I'm getting better at it as I get older and I start to not care so much about some of the things that I cared about before. You know, I got kids to think about. I've got inclement weather to think about now, which I never had to deal with before. So there's different things that obviously can factor into your lifestyle. But generally speaking, your vehicle is going to be your second biggest purchase of your adult life. And most people don't do it right. They take out loans for too much car, they extend those loans too much, they accept too high of interest rates when their credit can get them a lot lower. They do these sorts of things because they go with the easy path and that sort of stuff, and that gets you into debt big time. And then you have this negative equity rolling over into vehicle after vehicle after vehicle, and before long, I mean, you know, you get a couple of cars into it and you're just kind of toast. You're upside down and you're toast, and maybe you'll get to the point where you finally have one of those vehicles that's like, all right, this one I'm not trading in, I'm keeping this one until the thing dies. And if you're lucky, the vehicle won't die before the end of the loan. And I've been in that situation before, and it's not fun, where I've actually had the vehicle's motor blow out about 6 to 8 months before the end of the loan was actually over. And, you know, for the record, just in case you had any questions about that, banks don't give a damn. They won't work with you on any of that. They still want you to make those payments and all of that stuff. So, you know, those are things that you have to kind of factor into all of this. So P goes out there and he says, you know, it's a good thing. Some models we're starting to see where you can own the electric car, and it's actually cheaper than owning the gasoline model. But that only applies.
I think holding my head down, reading my phone is also
prices, right?
killing my
Trump
back.
gas prices, high Biden gas prices. So let's start
I'm on the
breaking
eating
this
pad
down
right
a little
now.
bit, because there is some truth in what he's saying for certain people. There are certain folks, depending on how you buy your cars, your income level, the type of cars that you typically own, your driving habits, that sort of thing, where buying an electric vehicle now actually could save you money. For the overwhelming majority of you, that will not be the case. It will
I'm trying
absolutely
to find a picture of something right now so I can
and
post
probably
it.
unsustainable for many of you, particularly in an inflationary economy where the economy is starting to go down and inflation rates are surging, and the costs of owning an electric vehicle are going to continue to rise, particularly with energy costs. And then there's infrastructural things you have to deal with. We'll get into that a little bit later on in the show. So let's just take a look at this. Okay, so AAA estimates that you will spend $9,119 annually owning an electric vehicle. This is on average. This is purely an average across the United States. Energy prices here in Indiana are a hell of a lot cheaper than energy prices in Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, it's not even remotely close. We're about like 1/5 the cost of energy here versus the cost of energy there. So it's going to depend on where you live and that sort of stuff too. But we're just going to have, for the sake of argument, we have to take averages here, okay? So in some places in the country, it's going to be much more advantageous to own electric, and in other places, it's going to be much more advantageous to own gas. Overall, again, $9,119 annually owning an electric vehicle that you drive for 15,000 miles in a given year, which is considered the standard average, okay? That figure includes the costs related to power and maintenance, as well as financing, registration, fees, insurance, and depreciation, and is based on fairly inexpensive EVs, okay? So that is based on your entry-level EVs, not your standard tier EVs. Your standard tier EVs are much more expensive, all right? You're talking the 50,000 plus range. Then you get into your elite, which are, you know, over 85,000 and that sort of thing. But this is purely for like these kind of like inexpensive entry-level type things. The i3, the Bolt, which everybody hates. I don't know anybody who actually likes the Bolt right now. And I believe Bolt, don't quote me on this, but I believe Bolt was the one that Chevy was like, hey, don't drive this car because it's blowing up everywhere. Park it away from your vehicle a while back. I think they got that problem fixed. But the Kona Electric, the Nissan Leaf, and then you have the Tesla Model 3, which is their lower-end model, okay? Now, for the sake of comparison, the total cost per year for a minivan that gets the same usage is $10,101. So if you get an entry-level electric vehicle versus your standard fare minivan, you'll come out slightly ahead per year on the EV. Now, if you've ever owned a minivan, you will know that a minivan has bells and whistles like you wouldn't believe, which you will not get on an electric vehicle. Obviously, a minivan is purchased for a very specific reason. You've got a family, you've got to haul stuff, you've got, you know, large groups of people you need to get around, needs to get in and out, and it needs to be easy to do that. That's one of the reasons you get a minivan. And there are, as a result, tons of perks to having a minivan. You know, good audio, there's video, there's extra little gadgets, there's features of rolling things down, being able to haul stuff that you're not going to get at all in those entry-level electric vehicles. So again, part of this is your lifestyle and the feature set that you desperately need as an individual. And if you're going to compare a minivan versus some of these electric vehicles, the minivan is going to be, for the person who's looking at the two of them, a minivan is going to be the better option for the vast majority of those people. But they're just comparing the costs. So it's more than just the costs, and that's what I wanted to emphasize to all of you. A small SUV could cost you $8,362, and half-ton pickup would run you over $11,000. So if you get a small SUV, you can actually come out ahead. according to AAA, of your entry-level electric vehicles. And there's going to be a lot of folks who'll be like, well, I prefer the SUV, and so I'm going to take the SUV. So again, this is just AAA's kind of estimate here. Now, next thing that we need to deal with is the average cost of an electric vehicle, okay? And while there are entry-level models available, there's actually like an Indian electric vehicle that's been trying to come into the United States. You can get an electric vehicle for like 13 grand. From this company. The problem is that they're not really allowed to be sold in the United States. They're trying, but one of the reasons they're not allowed to be sold in the United States is they don't have the mandatory safety features that American cars are required to have, which is why their price is so low. And they're trying to work something out there, but I think ultimately it's probably not going to happen. But there are cheap electric vehicle options in the world that would clearly make this much more enticing for many people in the United States. So anyway, the average electric vehicles are more expensive than gas-burning vehicles up front. The average cost of an EV is $56,437. Now that's the average, okay? That's around $5,000 more than the average price of an entry-level luxury gas-burning vehicle, according to Kelley Blue Book. However, the savings on gas may make up for the sticker price difference. But I have to emphasize this again, and you're going to see me doing this routinely, only if the price of gas remains high. When the price of gas goes down, the electric vehicle loses all of its cost advantages, all right? So it doesn't even have a lot of cost advantages beyond gasoline savings. But when the price of gas goes down to $2.30, $2.40, $2.50, what have you, if it's under $3, the electric vehicle loses to gasoline all day long, okay? So that's the important thing to keep in mind here. Right now, the climate of the price of gas and inflation and things like that are actually favorable to electric vehicles, which is why you're seeing Pete Buttigieg and the Biden administration push this so very much. And then what will happen is people will buy into it, price of gas will drop down, and they're going to start getting, people who bought those vehicles, a lot of them will start getting pissed off. Not everybody, because I think a lot of people understand they're getting an electric vehicle for whatever reason that they're getting it, not to save money. If you're, let me just say this real quick before we continue on with this. If you are buying an electric vehicle to save money, you're not making the right decision. If you're buying an electric vehicle because you like instant torque, because you like the vehicles, because you want to support the technology, even if you believe in the environmental stuff, if you want to buy an electric vehicle for reasons other than saving money, then you're buying an electric vehicle because you want one. If you're considering buying an electric vehicle because you think it's going to save you some money, you're going to be sorely mistaken. And that's the thing that people need to be aware of. Buy it for the right reasons. Buy it because you want it. Buy it because it matches your lifestyle and your ideology or what have you. Don't buy an electric vehicle simply because it's going to save you money, because it probably will not. Especially when you're considering the average cost of an electric vehicle is over $56,000 on average. And nobody really seems to like the entry-level electric vehicles. Okay? Do people buy them? Yeah, not many, but people do buy them. Those entry-level electric vehicles are more there for the cafe standards and less there for you, the consumer. That will change one day, but right now that's where it's at. Okay? EV drivers spend around 60% less on fuel than gas-burning vehicle drivers, again, only with the high price of gas that we have now. According to Consumer Reports, over the average 200,000-mile lifespan of their vehicles, the total cost of a gas-powered car would be $94,540, while a similar EV would cost about $90,160, according to CNBC. There are conflicting studies on that, again, adjusting for the price of gas in different eras and that sort of thing. In addition, the sticker price of an EV is getting lower thanks to federal tax credits that can knock as much as $7,500 off the price of your vehicle. Yes and no. You have to buy certain ones to get that. And you have to meet certain qualifications to get that. And a lot of people think that they're going to buy an electric vehicle and automatically get that $7,500 back. A lot of people won't. And it's a bit of a bait and switch. And right now, the federal government, of course, pushing you into union shops like GM and Ford so you can get those vehicles and not go with the industry leader Tesla, because Tesla, you don't get that. So, again, it just depends on the EV that you're getting. So keep in mind, if you're planning on this, make sure you're going to buy
I can't do it yet.
in a way that's going to get you
I need to go do a warm-up race first.
All
My
right?
back is still tight.
Additionally, EVs are expected to get even cheaper in the coming years thanks to battery and technology improvements. No doubt about that. All right, and I think that most people are well aware of that electric vehicles are going to get cheaper in the long run. I think people get that, no matter where you stand on the political spectrum. Next. The average monthly car loan payment for the United States was $648 for new vehicles. That's the average. For new vehicles, right now, the average is $648 for a new car. $503 for used ones. Okay, now that is the first quarter of 2022. So that's recent data. All right, we're in the middle of the second right now. So that is the last quarter, right? Now this is according to Experian. Monthly car loan payments depend on many factors. You all know that. So all we can do is take averages, right? If you got stellar credit, you're going to be better than this. If you got average credit, you're probably going to be a little bit worse than this. But we know what we're just saying. So your monthly payment is $648 for a new car. Your loan amount is about $39,540. Now I want to remind everybody that's for a new car. So right now, on average, people are spending just about 40 grand for a new car. Average price of an electric vehicle is 56 grand or higher. So it's a lot more money. And you're spending $648 with your interest rate of 4.07, which is going up right now. Okay, for everything, electric, gas, doesn't matter. This interest rate is climbing right now. Your average loan term is 70 months. Okay, and that's with a credit score of 736. All right, now that's for a new car buyer. New cars can be much better as long as you've got that really, really top tier credit. Whereas a used car, if you got credit that's under your low sevens, then you're probably gonna really struggle. So your used car, most people are kind of in this category here. Okay, they're gonna take a one of these longer term loans. They're gonna have a little bit down, and they're gonna buy this, right? So really, when you're talking about getting an electric vehicle, a lot of your used car market is already out of it. There are some electric vehicles left, but like I said, the ones that are really being traded in are ones that people aren't really happy with, and may have already had some problems. So your used car customer is not really somebody who is going to be able to jump from used car to electric vehicle unless they've had some kind of a windfall, money situation in their life. Which can happen, but it's not going to be your standard fare. So really, you're talking about new car buyers. People who buy new vehicles, and people maybe who pay cash for new vehicles, and people who have vehicles that are registered to their company, and so the company pays for it, and it just, that sort of thing. And I know a lot of people who do this. They buy the vehicle cash, it's attached to their company, they drive it for a couple of years, they trade it back in before it hits peak miles, and they get maximum return on it, and they swap into a new vehicle. This is something that they do. Most people are kind of like that who do the cash game. They don't buy it and just hold on to it. So this is really who you're targeting, these new car purchasers. Okay, you can look at like your average, monthly payments and that sort of thing. So your average, if your credit score is in here, which is generally considered, your top tier, most people are going to be in this towards the 660. Under the Trump years, people's credit climbed up to over 650. So most people are going to be in the latter part of this, and that's going to be their average payments about 604. Okay, so it's non-prime, but you're not subprime, right? It used to be that this was the average. This is now kind of more your average. All right, next. Let's go into another stat that says that in the first quarter it increased from 639 to 648, which again confirms the 648 here. Just so you have multiple sources. One is NerdWallet, one is Way.com. Okay, just wanted you to have those sources that were saying basically the same thing that I was saying, just in case you didn't think that I was being accurate. So let's go over this. Let's calculate this out. The average cost of an electric vehicle is $56,437. I'm going to say no down payment. Okay, I'm going to say no trade-in, and that eliminates some people are putting a down payment and some people are trading in but have negative equity. So I'm just zeroing those out. All right. The average of 4.07 for a new car purchase. The state of Indiana is 7% sales tax, so I'm just going to use that. Whatever your state sales tax is, you plug that in. Okay. So we're in Indiana here. So 48 months, your payment is $1,365 a month. Okay, that's for 48 months. But again, most people are not doing 48. Most people are going to do these three options, right? 60, 72, or 84 months. That's what most people are buying their cars with right now. On average, it's closer to 72, but for 60 months, which is considered the wise choice to do if you need a lower payment, but you still want to pay your vehicle off, you go 60 months, it's $1,114 a month. Okay? Now, 72 months, $947 a month. This is on average what people are doing. They're getting a 72-month loan, and then they're paying some down payment, and they're getting it down to like 69 months. That's what most people are doing on average, according to Experian and AAA. So that's where we're at. Can you afford that? Now, if you can, because you already have a vehicle that costs over $56,000, and that's just the type of
I'm not ready to drive this thing yet.
Buying an electric vehicle
I'm not ready to go do Group A yet.
If you're just, you know, a grocery getter and that sort of thing, and you're already paying this,
I don't want to disappoint myself. I want to start out with the Group 2.
Depending on your lifestyle,
and then jump in this.
to consider jumping to electric, right? Because if you're already paying that anyway, and you don't want to pay for the price of gas, and right now the cost of your energy in your house is a little bit cheaper than the price of gas, although that will change too. Nobody likes to tell you that the energy market goes up and down too.
You have my undivided attention.
Bad energy cost 2 years ago, and it's been kind of stable here, but
until somebody posts something and I have to respond.
$947 is a lot of money. And
thought I bought that already.
I think you're going to find the average American
$9? No.
The average, right?
No.
So once again, we go back to the average car payment is $648 for a new car buyer.
Okay.
The average for a used car buyer is $538.
Huh. I heard that's a good car.
So you're jumping from $648
I heard this is a really good car.
On average. Now, if you extend this out to 84 months, which is risky, you're still at $827 a month.
All right, what's the story on this car?
You have the extra costs on top of that. Hopefully you're taking the gap insurance. That'll probably add $30 to $50 to it. You know, that sort of stuff.
Wow.
This is not a cheap thing. A $56,000 car is not cheap. And again, we're just doing averages here for those of you just joining. I see a few new people popping on. So, is this something that is feasible for most people? And the answer to that is absolutely not. It is not something that is feasible for most people. When you take an electric vehicle, once the price of gas comes down and you're filling up your gas guzzling vehicle and it's, you know, not costing you all that much and your groceries aren't that expensive and your mortgage and your interest rates and your cards and other personal loans you have are all really good, you know, the electric vehicle is just going to lose out. It just is. In a very high gas price economy, your lower tiered electric vehicles may benefit some people, but the ones that are available are not highly reviewed, whereas you can get really good used vehicles for the same price point that have all of these bells and whistles and features and things like that. So if you're looking at, like, say, a $36,000 car, you can get a really nice used car for $36,000. Even though the price of used cars are going like through the roof right now. So you have a choice to make. Do you get a new electric vehicle or do you get a higher end used vehicle for the same price? You know, what do you do? Now, electric vehicles have, you know, many benefits, and certainly the maintenance, the lack of as much maintenance. There is maintenance with an electric vehicle, but the lack of that. Electric vehicle tires tend to cost more than your standard vehicle, so that will be something that surprises some folks. I see that a lot in people who buy electric vehicles, and what I wish I knew is the cost of tires. Tires are expensive. But you don't have your oil changes and, you know, your fluid changes and things like that, which for most people aren't that expensive, but you know, every couple of times a year you got a couple $100 that comes out, and you got to get your maintenance and that sort of stuff. And if you can do it yourself, you save a lot, but at the same time, you don't have to worry about that as much with an electric vehicle. There are battery issues and battery life issues and things of that nature that have to be considered. Electric vehicles are much more reliable now than they used to be, so there's that. Most of the literature right now will tell you that an electric vehicle will run 200 to 300,000 miles. There are a lot of people who are online who have electric vehicles who say that I was told the same thing and my electric vehicle didn't. And I had to replace that battery. And when you replace the battery, it's a massive expense. And some people can't afford that massive expense when it happens. So these are all things that you need to factor in. How long do they last? This is the thing here. The FHA, if you can trust the FHA, they did a survey back in 2017. Okay, they found that the average household car is driven about 10,200 miles per year. Again, we usually say 15,000 for insurance reasons. Newer cars, 5 years old, driven further between 11,000 and 13,500 miles annually. Okay, the average age of a car in the U.S. is 11.8 years. With cars in the West averaging 12.4 years compared to 10.9 years in the Northeast, which makes sense because of the weather. Although the exact figure depends on the make and model, gas-powered car can be expected to last for 10 to 15 years, or around 150,000 miles. There are estimates that have the average gasoline vehicle lasting 200,000 miles. So it's somewhere between 150 and 200,000, depending on what you're talking about, which literature you're pulling from. Electric car lifespans, they're newer on the market. Well, anecdotal, keyword, anecdotal reports suggest that some Teslas have been driven over 400,000 miles. That may not be every driver's experience.
Alright, so that's why this car is inexpensive.
There are trucks.
It's a rally car.
That have 500,000 miles.
Group B rally car. Alright, we're gonna buy it.
This is not going to be your normal.
No, I'm not getting in it.
It's just not. Most people who have an electric vehicle have not had that experience. Okay, and you could argue that they're too new, so maybe not, maybe, but there are trucks who can go that long too. There's a lot of Toyotas out there with 300,000 miles on them. There's a lot of older, vehicles from the 80s and 90s who've got that much mileage on them. But on average, that ain't going to be.
So let's jump out of here and go check the used car dealer.
I wouldn't count that too seriously. Like, oh, electric vehicles last 400,000 miles. Well, gasoline vehicles last 500,000 miles. Doesn't make sense. Okay. And a recent study by
turn the AC down some.
estimated the cost of owning an electric vehicle over the average lifespan.
I don't want to kick that fan out. The fan makes a bunch of noise, and the mic picks it up, blowing at the PlayStation.
It found that overall lifetime costs were as much as $50,000.
Is this the car I was missing? I don't think so.
Gas, mostly due to lower
I better buy it anyway.
costs. So once again,
May need it for something.
an issue with fuel prices. An electric motor has fewer moving parts, yada yada yada. Okay, so there's some literature out there that seems to suggest that yeah, you can absolutely do that, but there's also a lot of literature out there that says no. So it's still kind of up in the air because electric vehicles are so new. But it is something that again you probably need to consider.
So once again,
take a look
got
at
every
gas.
car in the used car dealer.
We go ahead and just do like a little estimate on gas. Let's just say we drive 16,000 miles a year. Here, let's just knock that down. Let's just go to 15,000, okay? Because that's what most people put for their insurance, and the estimates are between, mostly like 11 to 15,000. So let's just do that. We'll calculate this out. Days driven 6, all year long, 52 weeks. I'm going to give you the price of gas at $4, which is a lot better than it is now, and higher than it was under the previous administration by a lot. So.
The NSX still sounds meaner.
So I'm just going to give you 4 because we still don't really know what's going to be happening in the future. Probably until there's an administrative change or the oil industry continues its boom in Montana, in spite of the federal government.
What's today?
We're going to continue to see something around $4. Okay, so I think that's a good middle ground is about $4. Your average about 28.5 miles per gallon. It's the United States.
Well,
you calculate
no,
this
we're
out.
not going to do roulette tickets.
The annual cost of gas is $2,105.26.
Ah, shit.
The monthly cost of gasoline right now is about $175.
I missed out on my,
which sucks. But, you know, you add that
workout
175
yesterday. Damn it.
to your price of your payment, whether that's the 648 or the 503, and you're still coming out less per month. You're still coming out less per month with a gasoline car. Now, maybe if you own the vehicle for 200,000 to 300,000 miles, you'll come out ahead. How many people own their vehicle for that long? Virtually no one. And remember, the average that we went over here earlier was about 161,000 miles is how long people will drive a vehicle for. Can you go over that? Sure. Will you? Most people won't. At that point, most people are like, I need a new car, this thing's falling apart. Maybe that won't happen with electric vehicles. Maybe it will with batteries and things like that. But there isn't any math right now.
Toyotas are very dependable.
That shows you for the average person in this country.
So is Nissan, Maxima.
Buying an electric vehicle makes sense. On average, there are populations that will benefit greatly. If you are a cash buyer, and you buy cash new every time, and you don't have a monthly payment, no interest to deal with.
God, I need to turn that off.
Drive a lot, but we're locally, so you're driving around town a whole bunch. You're constantly doing it. So if you're driving, I would say 200 miles a day.
All right.
You know, in your community.
I use it when I'm on tracks I am not that familiar with, or the lighting conditions
but for your
are
average person
terrible.
who's getting groceries, going to and from work, picking the kids up from school,
off.
You know, average person
Make sure
makes
no other crap is
$50,000
on.
a year, lower 50s.
Yep.
Then you're not. I think that's the average household, isn't it? Like 55
Manual,
or something like that. 56,000 the average household.
All right.
You're not going to be in a position to buy the average electric vehicle.
Let's go.
And you're only going to get a benefit if you jump into the entry-level electric vehicles if the price of gas continues to stay high. And
There it is right there, RCF.
The point that it comes down, especially if you get some of the administration that we can potentially work in the future.
Wrong time change, you dipshit.
So you're starting to see that even though people are judge in the Biden administration and others are desperately trying to push this on you,
get back to where
right now,
you once belonged.
The average person, which to his credit,
get back.
Judge gave
get back to where you once belonged.
So we still need to bring the price of these vehicles down. Honestly, Tesla's done a tremendous job.
Just get warmed up, man.
They really have.
Just get warmed up.
So expensive in the United States because of safety standards. So it's a give and take. You can make vehicles a lot cheaper in the U.S. right now. If you
I could go full because I was in bed.
If you got rid of those things, you can make very cheap vehicles.
Dude, really?
But we're not taking that approach as a nation. I'm not saying that we should. I'm just saying we're not taking that approach as a nation. We have mileage requirements and we've got safety standards that every vehicle has to meet. Hence, the Indian company who wants to sell cars in the United States for $12,000 to $13,000, they're not allowed to sell them here.
Well, that sounded like a whole bunch of hullabaloo, didn't it?
We require airbags and seatbelts and all this stuff. And in India, they don't really care about any of that. I've never seen them on TV. They make them crazy. So we're not taking a policy approach that
stay on the inside, bub.
Price electric vehicles down. So the transportation secretary, our former mayor, can go out there and say, well, we got to bring the cost of those down as much as we want. How? And that's the thing the car companies keep asking. How? You know, when the CAFE standards first got going, the auto manufacturers said, well, the price of cars is going to surge, and they basically were attacked for saying that. And what happened? The price of cars surged because it's more expensive to make those vehicles. And it's more expensive to make an electric vehicle right now than what a lot of people want. So, how do you bring the price down? Well, you're going to have to find and develop new technologies and things like that to make the process easier. And then you still have range anxiety. Range anxiety is a very real thing that people don't want to deal with right now. And it's unfortunate. When I was on Tucker Carlson's show, I mentioned that. He had made fun of Stephen Colbert earlier in the night. I made fun of Stephen Colbert on his show during my segment. You know, these people think that live in portions of the country where it takes you half an hour to drive somewhere without traffic. Range anxiety is a real thing, especially in cold weather. So while electric vehicles can perform just fine in snow, it's the cold that's the
Alright, so by the end of lap 2, I'm at second.
And the thing that we keep finding with these terminals, we keep getting these electric vehicles, is when they try to give you the road trip across the country, and they spend more time at charging stations than they did sleeping in hotel rooms. It's a miserable experience. Pickup trucks with towing trailers, and it turns out that you can't tow a trailer for very long. You can't.
The wipers ahead.
But you're not going to tow a trailer all this campground, you know, stay away. You're not going to do that.
You might want to consider the viper.
Not now. In the future, maybe. But right now, that ain't going to be a thing that's possible. So there are different things in your lifestyle, obviously, that factor into this. And whether or not you're okay with an entry-level car that doesn't get great reviews and you know, maybe you've had some problems and that sort of thing. Like I said, this entire segment was just purely designed for the averages. The average American electric vehicle does not make sense. It doesn't make sense lifestyle-wise, and it doesn't make sense cost-wise, without a doubt. And they can push electric vehicles at everybody that they possibly can. That's fine if they want to try and do that. Hopefully the average consumer gets enough information that they look at this, they look at their costs of ownership, and they don't just listen to some bureaucrat somewhere telling you, oh, electric vehicles are going to save you a ton of money. And people are just so many times out there, and he's like, if you don't like the price of gas, buy an electric car. Okay, you can't buy an electric car if you can't afford the gas. If you can't afford gas, you can't buy an electric car. Period. Only people who drive without gas but can totally afford it can even consider buying an electric vehicle right now. And most of them are still not going to come out ahead. Or new numbers, which I've just shown you. Very small segments of the population will do just fine. Most people, not so much. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, we go live on Rumble every day at 3 p.m. for the radio show. Look forward to seeing you on Rumble 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
Here's the Viper. What's up, buddy? At 4. But he has to pit. I think he pits twice. He's going to pit at the end of lap 4. Ah, shit. Got back on throttle too soon. Took the load off. Damn it. Making mistakes. Making mistakes, man. Making mistakes. Looking at other stuff on the track. Do a little bit of audio adjustment. A little bit. Okay. Alright, transmission all the way down. That can come down another tick. I'm trying to hear the tires more. Race sound effects. That's a bit on the loud side. Alright, so let's try that. wind is reduced. I need to turn it up a little bit so I can free my hand. Tire's making all kind of noise now. And the other night when I was running this, I noticed something. The big dark banner behind the gear and the speed, you know, it does change colors. It goes red at 140. It goes red, but then it changes in red when you can lift and roll. So I'm trying to learn to use that. Damn it. Can't talk while I'm driving, not yet. Let alone read while I'm driving. Better learn to. Okay, I need to give it a really good hard press. The brakes were still not calibrated. Every time I step on the brake a little bit harder and a little bit harder, it's calibrating the brake a little bit more and a little bit more. My pedals are the Thrustmaster T-LCM, load cell, and magnet. Instead of having potentiometers, it's got magnets, which don't wear out, unlike potentiometers. Trust the thing, man. Trust the thing. Look at the banner. Look at the banner when you're braking. Alright, we're not pitting yet. We're not pitting yet. What lap am I on? 7. I want to pit after 8, but no. You gotta drive with a big fucking lead foot. And there you go. I need to grab the remote. I can't. Easy, stupid. Damn it, I really don't want to use it. Fuck. Alright, pay attention to what you're doing, man. Yes, please. I know I don't need tires, but man, I like sticky rubber. And at this point in my career, I need sticky rubber whenever I can get sticky rubber. You guys who can turn crazy lap times on not so sticky rubber, you're doing great. Uh-oh. What are you moaning about? My wheel's moaning. I need a new fan. I know there's a certain brand of fans out there that PC builders like. I just can't recall it right now. I heard about it from Zeos Pantera's people in the chat. I've got it bookmarked. Actually, not bookmarked, but an open tab. Alright. Dude, come on now. What are you doing, stupid? Don't be dumb. Easy. Alright, here we go. They come up behind you and nail you, man. You gotta be on your wits. You gotta be on your game. Ah, shit, fuck that up. Tires are cold, man. Take it easy. And the wind is not blowing in our favor at all. Come on. Thought that said 7. Nope. Still first. Last week, Tuesday, I did not get my laser surgery procedure that would take in 3 minutes. I was expecting it to happen in the office, and it didn't. And I still have not gotten my appointment call yet. Which means I'm not going to be able to get my laser surgery done until first week of August or later. Means I can't get new glasses until then. My doctor tell me on time, man.
Massacre my boys. Isn't this already patented or something? I don't know if you're allowed to do this. You're messing with German engineering. There is the magnets. Hannes, I think we have a problem. Ich habe eine MP5, you give a little slap. Ich habe eine MP5, we slap it just like that. Ich habe eine MP5, we have a little fun. Ich habe eine MP5, was really pretty fun.
Listen, I didn't come all this way for you to just be gentle with me, alright? I need you to slap me hard. I need you to run to battery, alright? Give it to me. Don't hold back.
To the HK slap. Tell me that you made this in your living room and just a 3D printer? Yeah. Oh, I still don't quite understand. You mean you just squirted it? What? I squirted it, yeah. I squirted it out of the 3D printer, little plastic, in my living room, yeah. I'm scared this could mean anyone could 3D print it in the living room. I think that's the point, yeah. But it's very scary. Sometimes the world is a scary place. Slap it with your left. Slap it with your right. Slap it in the day. Slap it in the night. Slap it like you mean it. Slap it like a god. I slap it when I see it. It always hits me hard.
Listen, I didn't come all this way for you to just be gentle with me, alright? I need you to slap me hard. I need you to go into battery, alright? Give it to me. Don't hold back.
To the HK.
Oh no! Oh! Well, it helps. You cannot depend on that, though. Stay over there. Yeah, dude. Damn it, dude, it's like he slowed down. Slowed down on purpose. I swear he did. Damn, really? Double shifting, huh?
You should be able to hear me now.
Oh, no. Damn it.
Know before you go. Get 95.3 MNC traffic text alerts direct to your cell phone. Text news to 4.
Nothing like another update to screw up your audio, right? Good Lord.
Casey, your IT guy needs to turn automatic updates off.
Hi, this is Mike with the Good Feed Store. Every day, customers come in and tell us about their foot pain and the things they can't do anymore because of their bad feet. Simple things like taking long walks, spending the day at the amusement park with family, or in many cases, people are just having trouble making it through their workday. That's the situation my wife was facing a few years ago when we discovered the Good Feet Store. She was diagnosed with painful plantar fasciitis. She was wearing sneakers to work with her dress clothes, which isn't exactly fashionable, and even that barely helped. Nothing seemed to make a difference, but now she's been 100% pain-free for years, and we went from being a customer to owning a store. So don't just live with pain. We know you've probably tried all sorts of things that didn't work. Come into the Good Feet Store and learn about the Good Feet difference.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet Store.
We're in Granger at University and Maine. To learn more, go to goodfeet.com.
From the Final Phase Electric Studios, from the first step to the final phase, industrial and commercial electrical done right. Casey Hendrickson.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. I am your host, Casey Hendrickson. Do want to thank R&B Car Company locations in South Bend and Warsaw, Columbia City as well. RBCarCompany.com. All right, I want to talk about this situation in Greenwood, Indiana. We're going to talk about that first because there's a lot of stuff that needs to be addressed. But here's what's so interesting about this story, as tragic as it is. This story leads directly into the second story. Directly into it. And the second story is, well, about our society in general right now. First, I want to direct you guys to the new website, btmedia.news. Go to the shop. A new limited edition mug has been launched. Room of Tears. Go get your coffee mug and sip on those Room of Tears, ladies and gentlemen. That is limited edition. I am not going to keep that out for long. So go get that mug now. Again, you can go to btmedia.news. btmedia.news. Take a look at the new social network, the news aggregator, and more.
Damn it.
Greenwood, Indiana Police Chief Jim Eisen described the 22-year-old who shot and killed the mall attacker as, quote, the hero of the day. Reuters quoted the chief as saying, the real hero of the day is the citizen that was lawfully carrying a firearm in that food court.
Off-duty cop.
He was able to stop the shooter almost
At a
as soon
picnic.
as he began. Now, the suspect opened fire at the Greenwood Park Mall food court around 6 p.m. The attacker was able to kill 3 people before the 22-year-old armed citizen intervened, shooting the attacker dead.
Good job,
He
kid.
reported that the attacker came into the mall with a rifle and several magazines of ammunition and then just began shooting. Chief Eisen indicated the 22-year-old who killed the attacker was from Bartholomew County and was legally carrying a firearm.
Yep.
Now, I would like to remind everybody
Open carry.
that
Let's all move to
we just
Indiana.
became a constitutional carry state on July. Had to remind some people, by the way, over the weekend. Some people didn't know that. Some people kind of came up to me and we're talking about the process of getting a carry license. Like, you don't need to anymore. You can legally carry. You can
carry, concealed, or open. A lot of people are under the impression that it's just for open carry. It is not. So you can conceal carry. Again, you can't go out of the state of Indiana because that's where the license will benefit you. You get the license and then you have some reciprocity and you can carry in other states. Although we did talk about that legislation that would basically expand that right nationwide coming up.
Shit, man.
Although I don't expect it to pass this Congress.
That blew that lap and gonna blow this lap.
So, let's see, the crime prevention research study shows 60 plus times that concealed carry permit holders stopped mass shootings between December 17th of 1991 and May 25th of 2022. It actually happens with regularity. It is very, very common. And we talk about some of those issues. We don't talk about all of them. Now, what I find, there's a couple of things that I find very intriguing about this particular story. First of all, we are hearing a lot about it here because it happened in Indiana. Fox is covering it. Nobody else is covering this. And nobody else is covering it for the same reason that they don't cover any other mass shooting that is prevented by an armed citizen. Now, I've also told you in the past about not one but two FBI studies that came out and said the best thing, paraphrasing, basically the best thing in a mass shooting scenario is for there to be an armed citizen on scene. Well, they said an armed individual on scene. Now, whether that is armed police, armed security, armed citizen,
let it roll, man.
They lump them all into that category. This is what we have seen over the years prevents, shouldn't say prevents, but ends mass shooting and prevents the loss of life. Now, tragically, people died. There would have been a lot more people who would have died if this 22-year-old was not carrying that gun. So what if?
And trained.
What if that 22-year-old had adhered to the policy of that mall and left his gun in his car? Because this mall does not allow you to carry firearms. It's against the rules. The Greenwood Mall does not allow firearms on their premises.
I'm sorry, but
it's still up there on their website.
businesses should not be able to violate my constitutional rights.
It is a gun-free zone. This 22-year-old must have missed the sign. I don't think the sign was prominently posted. That's what I think.
Wow, my wheels kind of loose, man.
Sometimes you walk into a place and you don't even see the sign until you walk out, and you're like, ah,
screw doors.
If I only seen that when I walked in, I would have adhered to the rules. So I'm assuming this 22-year-old just didn't see the sign, probably wasn't prominently placed, just walked in, went to the food court, grabbed a bite to eat. You know, all heck breaks loose, and then he's got to take care of business, and he does. So I'm assuming the sign was just not prominently displayed, and that is the excuse of this 22-year-old who, again, just did not see the sign and kept his firearm on and was able to save lives. But you need to understand something, that this mall does not allow firearms. The mall has also issued a statement praising the citizen who killed the gunman. What a bit of irony, don't you think? So the mall has issued a statement, well, the company who owns the mall, has issued a statement praising law enforcement authorities for the strong response, but also praising the citizen who ended the mass shooting. But they didn't want him to be able to end the mass shooting because the policies that they have at that mall would have prevented the citizen from ending the mass shooting. And maybe that person is dead too. And who knows how many others. I mean, this is a mall at 6 p.m. It's the end of the day. People are walking towards that entrance. A lot of people go through that food court when they leave the mall, don't they? So he disobeyed, didn't see the no firearms allowed sign because it wasn't posted prominently. It's not a crime for him to ignore it. I'm just assuming that he didn't ignore it, him being a law-abiding citizen. I'm assuming that he didn't ignore the sign. I'm just assuming that he didn't see it, okay? But it's not against the law in Indiana. They can ask you to leave.
Oh yeah, tires are plenty loud in this view.
If you stay,
because you don't have the car around you to hear it, to block the noise.
To adhere to them saying no guns allowed. You can still bring your gun on until they ask you to leave. So I'm assuming he just didn't see the sign. So he gets there, the situation happens, he ends it, and he gets praised by the company that didn't want him to have the ability to end it prior to that. It'd be interesting to see if the parent company of the Greenwood Mall changes their policy. I don't expect other malls to change their policy. I don't really expect this one to change its policy either. But it would be really interesting to see, considering they praised him, instead of coming out and going, well, he wasn't supposed to have a gun, and had he not had a gun, maybe the other person would have brought the gun in. Because that's the logic that anti-gun activists use. Well, if you didn't have a gun, good guy, the bad guy wouldn't have needed a gun to come in, and then the bad guy would have just bashed people to death with a wrench or something, and it would have been a smaller loss of life anyway. That's the logic that they use. So I do find it interesting that this was a gun-free zone, and the citizen did not see that sign, didn't see the sign, and that the citizen got praise from the mall for stopping the shooting when the mall didn't want him to be able to stop the shooting. Now, let's take a look at a couple of things here. We are hearing all about this because it happened in Indiana. Outside of Indiana, not a massive story. CNN.com right now. Go right now.
Go.
CNN.com.
Go.
Do a search for Indiana. You'll get one story.
Ran out of gas again. Damn it. Some bitch.
It's all about how Indiana's going to start allowing, will start restricting abortion access to minors. And it's portrayed as a bad thing, by the way. So, awful stuff. That is in the third column, the third story down. Third column, homepage, third story down. Okay? Mike Pence is at the top of the middle column because he's going to go to Arizona right after Trump.
Well, shit, there's 26-1.
The only references you
and
get
38-9
on CNN's homepage right now. So you go over to MSNBC.
26-1.
Okay.
Imagine if I didn't fuck up. I would have been on 25s easily.
MSNBC.
I would have easily been on 25s. Damn.
Number one.
Wow.
Well, this is an update. This is brand new. When I went live, they didn't have it. Update number one: Indiana police give a timeline of the mall shooting. They named the Good Samaritan who took the suspect. This is just now. So they did finally post that up there, which is, I mean, I'm glad that they did. But they've ignored it on their website. So I don't. The 22-year-old, his name is Elisha.
Sorry,
Dickon.
damn it.
I hope I pronounced that correctly. It's a very interesting spelled name. Elisha Dickon is the individual who prevented the mass shooting at that mall in Indiana.
Good job, kid.
Breaking news right
Good
now.
job, kid.
CNN didn't have it. MSNBC didn't have it until this update on the timeline that just came out from the press conference that just happened. But at the end of the day, you know, the news media is doing everything they can to just kind of not make this a big deal. But Simon Property Group, who owns that mall, has a no weapons policy. It's a gun-free zone. This 22-year-old, Elisha, did not see the sign, ended a mass shooting, and then got praised by the mall for ending the mass shooting when he wasn't supposed to be able to do so. And people wonder why when you go to CNN and MSNBC and these other websites, they'll cover the story prominently. People wonder why, well, I should say, not people, members of the media wonder why you don't trust them. We're going to go over that next. Newstalk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel.
Casey Henderson.
22-mile-an-hour wind. Holy shit.
Jackers in your phone. Yeah, that's the number. Five minutes ago, man, MSNBC did not have any story about it. 5 minutes ago. Didn't have it.
I gotta turn the AC down a bit. It's already down 74. It's rather warm.
Maybe it's a tad.
Whew. Sloppy, man, sloppy. Sloppy. Oh, this feels good in my back. Stay over there.
I'm surprised. This parent lasted as long as it has. It's only 3 months.
Oh, slow down!
Yeah, this guy's got a very interesting name. E-L-I-S-J-S-H-A. Damn it.
I'll be right back. This little race sound effects are pretty loud replay. That's got to be turned down a bit. That's definitely got to be turned down a bit.
Zach says it's on CNN, but it has a typo and it says India.
Imagine that.
I gotta verify this. Because I looked for ball too, though. That's the thing. I searched for ball. Hold on.
Heating pad feels good. Debating, should I get a heating pad or heat drops? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not on the homepage. It's on their website. It's not on the homepage. Casey Henderson here for R&B Car Company. If you're looking for a used vehicle, later model, more features, something better, you deserve an upgrade after all. Go to rbcarcompany.com, take a look at their inventory, and then visit any one of their dealer locations, South Bend, Warsaw, the city. Let them know that I sent you. This is where we went. We went to the South Bend location.
Greetings.
We went and bought our last vehicle. And it was a very quick, easy process. They were very friendly. They made sure the kids were taken care of. They had something to watch on TV and snacks. There was no stress. There was no hiding things from us until you get back with the financing and all of that stuff.
Who's here?
They went out
Who's
of their way
here?
to make
Hurry up. Find out who's here.
test drive vehicles before they test
Shit.
drive.
Hurry up.
They've been offered
Find out who's here.
vehicles from their other dealership locations, which is a standard service that they do for everybody. And we were able to test drive several vehicles.
Freshening up my drink.
With a dealer in less than 2
Who's
hours.
here?
It was a
Who's
great
here?
buying
Hurry
experience.
up.
Great
Look.
rate,
See,
great price,
who's here?
good customer service.
Who's here?
R&B Car Company in South Bend, Warsaw, Columbus City.
Hey,
Standard service that they do for everybody.
just a repeat of my
And we were able
comment.
to test drive several vehicles,
Man.
freshening up my drink with a dealer.
Dagnabbit, it's just a repeat of my own comment. Drat.
Let them know that I sent you.
Yeza.
Michiana's Morning News. I'm Laura Smith.
Yeza.
We'll be back Tuesday morning.
Yeza. Shiza.
And good afternoon.
Shiza.
News Talk 95.3,
Okay.
Michiana's news channel. Once again, I'm your host, Casey Hendrickson. So, the last story,
Dang.
you know, it's a tragedy because
that sucked because the window was in my
innocent
face,
loss of
man.
life.
Jeez.
It's an heroic drama as well because you've got a hero who stepped up, did what he needed to do. He's 22 years old. He's now been named. He did what needed to happen. He did what the anti-gun activists out there tell you no citizen would ever do. Right? They call it a hero fantasy. Nobody would ever do it. This is a guy sitting there minding his own
So
business.
the Viper's quick.
Somebody comes in, starts shooting, and he engages, and he wins.
And this
Save
move's
lives.
quick.
He did it in a mall that said he wasn't allowed to be armed, and he got a thank you from the mall. It'll be interesting to see if the Simon Group readjusts and reanalyzes their policy here. I don't know if they will. I'm not expecting them to, but it would be very interesting to see if they do.
Ooh, I didn't dig into the field at all, man.
Prominently featuring this story outside of this state. Now, Fox is. I think Newsmax is. But I'm talking about your standard fare media, your corporate media. They're covering it. They're just not featuring it. It's not a prominent story. If this was somebody who walked through a mall and killed several people and there wasn't an armed gunman who had taken that person out, then the news media would be covering this thing as if it were the biggest news of the day. Because they don't want to cover the fist bump scandal, controversy, whatever you want to call it, with Joe Biden and the prince in Saudi Arabia. They would rather cover this, but they can't cover this because you've got a good Samaritan who ended a bad guy and prevented a mass shooting.
Replay sound effects.
And how many examples have we provided for you over the years of that exact same thing taking place? Enter Katie Tur. Now, most of you know I run the Fake News Flash. And I have featured Katie Tur on the Fake News Flash numerous times, lying to you. Saying things that were so demonstrably false that there's no way she was misinformed or she made a mistake. She was just straight up lying to you. Katie Tur is a liability in the news media. She's not an asset, okay? Katie Tur has a job because she has connections, and she's not that bad to look at. That's the reality. And unfortunately, there are men and women who are in that position in the news media all over the country. They know the right people, they look good on camera, they have a job. And she's one of them. She's a lazy person who doesn't dig into facts, and she routinely offers up opinion as if it were news. Now, I like explaining it this way. If you and I are having a conversation around a campfire with a couple of beers and we're not taking it seriously, we might go,
okay,
hey man, doesn't this thing do that? Nah, man, this thing doesn't do that at all. It does this. Now, will we bother looking at
where am I at my driver
like
rating?
A debate ensues over it, right? We're just shooting the bleep. We're around a campfire. We're just saying stuff. Now, that's fine if you're with your friends just hanging out.
How far?
That's not what you're supposed to do in the news media.
How close am I to go
That's
and
what
see?
Katie Tur and a ton of other news
Looks like I'm almost ready to go see.
Do these shows.
Huh?
How many times we give you examples where if you're a guest on a show and you're being brought on to talk about a specific thing,
man.
Shouldn't you know what that specific thing is? And then they get all of the basic fundamentals of that thing wrong.
Keep making improvements.
It makes zero sense, but it happens all the time.
Eating bad.
And that's because they really are that way. When you're a liberal Democrat in the United States of America and you go on most of the news channels, you're in a safe harbor. And that's why when they ask you even something slightly uncomfortable,
there it
like
is.
with Tapper
Sardines,
John
Group
Pierre,
3.
not that long ago.
What are these guys driving?
Biden's stamina.
What's the available cars?
We shouldn't even be talking about that. I can't even keep up with him. Aren't you in your 30s? You can't keep up with a guy who's almost dead? There's a problem with her.
Okay.
Or she's lying to you. But her instinct was, we shouldn't even be talking about this, Jake. Why you do? Because she felt attacked. That's not supposed to happen. She's supposed to go there and get some softball questions. For Tapper's point, it's probably a softball question. But she wasn't prepared to answer it.
The Mustang.
See this a lot. Katie Tur is one of those people.
The Mustang?
So Katie Tur said,
really?
The trust in media, in newspapers, and television is hitting an all-time low. And it is. People don't trust us. They don't believe us, and it makes me wonder if this job, as I'm currently doing it, is effective. But if it's doing more harm than good,
super again.
Quit. Quit. We've seen this before. Cuomo did this. Cuomo's like, I hate my job. And we knew what Cuomo was saying. We're reading between the lines. Cuomo was being told to say what the network and sucker wanted him to say. He was doing these stupid little sketches, things like that he didn't want to do.
Who was that?
But they did it. They forced him to do it. He's a number one guy. They paid him a lot of money. He did
I can't
it.
say his
Whatever.
name.
But he wasn't happy. He clearly wasn't happy. Katie Tour looks like she's in the same position. Either Katie Tour is disenfranchised with the fact that
global
people don't like her
rankings.
because
Super.
she's dishonest, or she feels like she's not allowed to be honest because she works at NBC. I don't know which one it is. But if you are a member of the media and you're looking at this and you're going, I don't understand why people don't like us, that is one of the most ignorant positions that you can have, because you've been told for decades now why people don't trust you, why people don't like you. Examples after examples. The best one that I could possibly give, even though there are literally countless examples, the best one I could possibly give you is for 5 years plus, they pitched the biggest story in the world to you, and it was a lie, and they never apologized to you about it. Not a single time. They never brought Adam Schiff back on to eviscerate him for lying to them, which misled their audience.
Do I
They
have
never
that
did
car?
that. Not a single person in the news
that?
media that I'm aware of apologized to you for pushing the collusion hoax. Not a single one. What did they continue to do?
Well, go to my phone.
Went on to the next hoax, should say. Went on to the next hoax.
Oh, I do not own that car.
Brought it back down again 6 months, 12 months later, repeating it as if it were a brand new scandal. That's what they keep doing.
Interesting.
So, Katie, if you're bummed out that people don't really like you all that much, start doing your job properly. I'll give you a perfect example here. We're gonna get
Let's hurry up and run to a Lexus dealer and buy a new car.
A new team.
Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna hurry up and run to Lexus and buy a new car.
It's one of the funniest things ever because it's NPR. Okay. The other thing is that we're gonna get into a new study. Well, survey. We'll call it a survey. It's really not a study. It's a survey.
How do you melt a stiff
and
muscle?
This is another survey where it asks the media and the public what they think. And once again, the media and the public's opinions on stuff are completely
and Lexus is an American brand, man.
And if you're Katie Turk, you
Just
need
like
to get out of your
Acura
bubble,
is an American
and
brand.
you need to start doing the job that people expect and want you to do. And unfortunately, she hasn't shown any willingness to do that. So we're going to go over those two things. NPR's new group that they're launching,
love it,
and this new survey that was done with news media personnel and the American public, and to give you an idea of why this continues to be such a problem. But for the record, the trust in the media has steadily been declining since
Vision.
It's been a steady decline since then. It hasn't surfaced back up.
Love
it's
that
not a
car.
Trump era anomaly. It's not something that
color,
just happened. This has been a steady decline since the end of the 1960s. When Walter Cronkite famously got on television and lied to all of you about the Ted offensive. We got more coming up. Newstalk 95 3 Michiana's news channel.
That's the shitty livery, man.
Time to check
That's
out
not even a good livery.
Jewelry creations, creating meaningful
That's a
jewelry
crappy livery.
moments that last a lifetime.
Alright, so I've got the 430 also. And here we are, Group 3. Here's the one that I do not have that I need. Man, it's gorgeous. Gorgeous car. Gorgeous. Yes, I'm being a total Toyota fanboy right now. Why give me a choice in color if you're going to make me have that on there? Ooh, wow. So that's interesting. I never noticed this before. Two different sides of the car, eh? Wow.
Downers. Pretty soon you're like peanut butter and banana sandwiches and you'll die like Elvis.
Wow.
Well, they fried peanut butter and banana sandwiches. For the record, I make fun of Elvis. Fried peanut butter and banana sandwiches.
How do you fry a peanut butter and banana sandwich? How do you do that? Where's the... Wow. Alright, buying it. Let's go. Purchase. Boom. Take my money.
They will jack your entire thing up. And it's going to take your body a while to learn how to wake up anyway. And then it's not ambient, is it?
Yes.
It is. Okay. Be aware of your surroundings and stuff because amnesia is a very real thing. So you will black out. It's common, not everybody, but it's very common. The doctor warned me. It's real common. My wife has some stories. But I have
All right, let's go take it for a run.
She's got some interesting stories to tell about.
Let's go take her for a run.
Amnesia.
See how we do.
Yeah, you need to
Boom.
move it earlier from when you have to
Boom.
wake up. Otherwise,
Boom.
the drug's still going to be
Boom.
in the system when you wake up. So even if you do get awake,
Ooh, really?
you're not functional. And
Right out of the box, eh?
or anything like that.
All right, let's do this. Right out of the box. Let's get a quick run. Quick run. Just get a quick run. I gotta fix my wheel. It's loose. Damn. I need to do this. I need to work on my wheel, man. Is the screw loose?
Roland is enjoying the dirty looks he's getting as he rides his motorcycle blasting the show. Peanut butter and sliced cheese sandwich as a kid. I've never heard of that. I don't think I've had that before.
Peanut butter and
What's the business
cheese?
cheese?
I don't know what that meant.
Cheese is like wine. There's always a cheese out there that you can marry with some food.
Ooh, pretty. Oh yeah, that's really smart. Send us off right into turns, you
like
jerks.
salt cheeses, you know. They've got like different flavors. They've got like Gouda, like sharp cheddar, and stuff like that. I keep eating to pick up some. Kids love get some cheese fans.
I like the way this handles.
Barry says you should sleep above wrap. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. We're doing it for real. We're doing it for real.
It's, I'm telling you, man. My wife has stories. It helps.
We're doing it for real.
It'll knock you out. It will knock you
Do
out.
you know anyone in here?
You got regular ambient or CR? CR's not that good.
They only come they come in the tiniest of pills for one thing. They don't have very many.
Who's in here?
Yeah. Usually try to monitor that stuff, especially when you're new to it. CR is not narcotic though.
I don't know
Pepper
anybody.
jack cheese is the goat of cheeses. So it's pizza.
Fucking Ford. Get your fucking Ford out of here, dude.
My only obligation is a year, 230.
Yeah.
There's no Scotty tune on this car, that's for damn sure. Scotty, help me! Let's go, boys and girls. Good luck. Good luck. It's only 5 laps. I gotta fix my wheel.
Alright, we got a live read, then we'll be back, guys.
I think I'm just gonna live here
Yeah,
for the next week.
And whatevers.
I'm not gonna do any tune-up or any time trials at all. I'm just gonna start the back all the time.
It was nice, but at the same time, that's
Oh yeah. I'm miserable if I sleep that much.
And the wind is not in our favor.
Hey everybody, Casey Hendrickson here for balanceofnature.com. Balance of Nature has 32, it's a proprietary blend of 32 fruits and vegetables. So you go to balanceofnature.com, order the fruits and veggies. When you get them, you take 3 of the veggies, 3 of the fruits. You take them whenever you want throughout the day. And that will give you your full daily allotment of fruits and vegetables. All of the vitamins, the minerals, and the health benefits that come with eating those fruits and vegetables are now in your system. It is real food. It is not synthetic. It's not something that was created in the lab. It's not a drug or anything
Not
like that.
intentional.
It's real food, okay? Food that has been freeze-dried, ground up, put in a capsule form for you to consume. And it it makes taking your fruits and vegetables super easy. So whether you don't eat fruits and vegetables, you maybe don't have a great diet, or you don't get enough because you don't have time to meal prep and meal plan and prepare, this is a great option for you. It's also really good for parents looking for a sneaky way to get their kids to have more fruits and veggies. They can open these capsules up and just sprinkle the powder and mix it in, and the kids won't even know. Go to balanceofnature.com. Promo code Laura. This is Laura Smith from Shanna's Morning News promo code. Balanceofnature.com. Promo code Laura. You'll save 35%.
Phase, industrial and commercial electrical done right. Casey Hendrickson.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. So, very interesting story with Katie Tur. And I'm only bringing her up because she made this public, but Katie Tur goes out there and she's like, I don't understand what I'm
Thanks, dude. That was fucking intentional. That was fucking intentional.
Everybody in this
You
business
fucker, that was intentional. The world can see it.
battle, right? I would love to crack this microphone every day, do some local news stories, do some lifestyle stuff, take a bunch of phone calls, talk to you about something that's entertaining, which is what I've always done on the show.
Fuckers in the higher damn classes.
Mix. This show, unfortunately, has been way more serious.
That's all that
than it used to
is.
be on a perpetual basis.
Guys in the higher classes.
It's impossible to not cover some of this stuff because there's so many different things that are happening, and it's important. And unfortunately, if you let it go, you're kind of ceding the argument to the people who are lying to you. And so you have to cover it. I have to cover things like COVID. I've got to cover what's happening with health officials. I've got to cover when they're constantly lying about the sitting president. I've got to cover that stuff. And if I don't, you're just allowing them to win. Would I rather come on here and ask you what type of toppings you like on your tacos, like we joked about last year? Absolutely. Totally. But, you know, this is just one of those things where I have an obligation to you. I'm gonna phrase this in a way that doesn't sound right, but I need you to understand. I don't work for the company that I work for. I work for you. Now, obviously, I'm employed by them, and I have to do right by the company and keep my job, but I don't see my job cracking the microphone as doing what Federated Media wants me to do. My job is to do what the audience expects me to do, and you expect me to come on here and do some things. And those are things that, if I agree with them, I'm going to do. If I don't agree with them, I'm going to be mean. And some of you take issue with that sometimes. We're never going to agree all the time. But I have a job to do, and you rely on me to do that job. And part of that is making sure that people like me don't lie to you and manipulate you into some false narrative. That is part of what I do. If she's telling the truth, my job is to tell you she's telling the truth. If she's lying to you or she's wrong about something, it is my job to convey that information to you as well. And unfortunately, some people don't like that because, well, they're not interested in being honest with you. They're interested in manipulating you. The people who don't like me the most are people who are not honest. That is the truth. Not people who disagree with me or anything like that. There's plenty of people who disagree with me. I met some over the weekend again when I was doing the Nutrition HQ thing. There are people who disagree with me but respect me because they know I'm telling them the truth. We can have a difference of opinion. People who don't like me are people who are not interested in being honest with you. And this is what Katie Tur and others in the media don't understand. So NPR has been eviscerated because NPR comes out. They have launched a disinformation reporting team. NPR has. NPR has no business launching a disinformation reporting team. NPR perpetually lies to you. Let's not forget, it wasn't that long ago that NPR went out there and told you that they weren't going to cover the New York Post Hunter Biden story because, well, we don't want to waste our time on stories that are not really stories. That was NPR. They're going to have a disinformation reporting team? Really? I don't think so. NPR pushed Russia collusion. They dismissed the Hunter Biden thing. NPR, let's see, what's the other things they did? What other things that were in this sample that I had? But, I mean, this is just who they are. And Molly Hemingway is just eviscerated. Molly Hemingway is fantastic. examples of NPR having false reporting. Let's not forget NPR reporters firebombing these vehicles and some of the rioting last summer. This is not something that they need to be doing.
Fucking
They have to get their own act together first. Now, NPR will probably say, if push comes to shove, this is a part of why they are going to go out there.
Had my chance.
Why did they attack?
Had my chance. Had no chance. Had no chance. Had no chance. Be fast.
They attacked
Be fast. Be fast. Be
NPR
fast.
attacked them.
Be
Why
fast.
did they do that instead of just reporting the news? You're funding them. They're taxpayer radio.
Yeah.
So everybody's laughing at this hysterically because you can't trust NPR on political issues. You just can't. So now we get onto this huge research thing. Most left-leaning journalists say the conservative media does not deserve equal coverage. According to new data analysis of the research study, researchers found that U.S. journalists do not always value giving equal coverage to all sides of an issue. A large majority, 69% of left-leaning U.S. journalists say that every side does not always deserve equal coverage. By contrast, just 42% of journalists with a right-leaning audience say that equal coverage is not always deserved. Because once again, the political right always wants you to have both sides so you can make your, not always, but mostly wants you to be able to see both sides so you can decide on your own. The left does not want you to see what the right is doing. They don't want you to get any coverage from the right because they don't want you to look at it and be swayed by those arguments. That's why there's such a push to censor on social media. Age was also a factor in the study. 63% of younger journalists aged 18 to 29 disproportionately report to left-wing audiences being most likely to admit biased coverage of the issues. Similarly, 60% of those aged 30 to 49 do not support equal coverage of alternative viewpoints. Journalists who are 50 years of age or older, however, are evenly split between the two viewpoints. So if you find a journalist out there who's over 50, you got a 50-50 shot. You got a coin toss that they're going to be willing to see what the other side has to say about it. I think a perfect example of this is several years ago, when, once again, the local KKK, as they do once a year, every single year, they go to the gas station, they put their little flyers up at the gas station, and there's a big story here, right? Oh my God, the KKK is back! And then what does the news media locally do? They tell you that the big bad KKK is back, it's scaring people, they interview a couple of people at the gas station, the flyers are found, and they tell you how horrified and scared they are to leave their house, and then they go to a social justice activist group, and the social justice activist group tells you, how horrible the KKK is and everything else. Not once did they bother to actually go to the guy who put the pamphlets up there. His phone number was on the stupid pamphlet. The KKK guy. Not once did the local news media contact him. We did. Why not? You can't legitimize him. Well, I mean, he exists, guys. You're legitimizing him anyway by pointing out that his group is scaring everybody. You know what we ended up finding out? Whatever his name was, got like, I don't know, 6 members. They all hang around once in a while and they drink beers and stuff like that. They didn't have...
Who's left in this room?
There was no threat.
Who's left in this room still?
They didn't present themselves very well in the show.
M6.
And had the news media done that, everybody would have looked at it and said, these guys are a waste of our time. Why are we talking about it?
Yeah.
But the news media wouldn't do that. We were willing to do that. And they were mad at us for doing it. Which is why every time the story comes up now, they still don't go talk to him.
I need to turn that fan on. It's getting too warm.
I would actually be interested to know if his numbers have grown since that first interview.
Getting too warm.
I don't think that they have, but I would be interested to know, because that was one of the things that he said. They were recruiting off of, this is another problem with why they don't want to talk to him. They were recruiting off of Black Lives Matter.
7 minutes.
If Black Lives Matter can say all of these
I
things,
need a moment of time. I need to turn my fan on back behind all my equipment. It's kind of warm back there right now.
But you, as
I need
an
to relocate the fan a little bit.
Have a right to hear all sides, and then you can decide what is. Okay, well, KKK is a threat, even if there isn't that many of them, or, oh my God, this is basically a drinking club that nobody cares about, and we're way overblowing the fear here. It's not like they're going to be lynching anybody anytime soon. But they don't give you the choice. They don't believe that you have a right to know what their perspective is. Whereas typically on the right, we believe in debate, highlighting weaknesses in an argument. Whereas the left believes in conveying to you what you're supposed to believe, and any dissent must be squashed out in silence. But all we have to do is debate. Wise people will be able to destroy frivolous arguments. Daytime talk shows did this all throughout the 90s. They had racist people on their talk shows all the time. Why? Because they made fools of themselves with basic lines of questioning. And it embarrassed their entire movement. They thought they were going to go on these talk shows and they were going to recruit a bunch of people and give those darn minorities what for, and it never worked out that way, did it? Because they're largely idiots. It did more harm for them to be exposed. It did more good for people to see who they really were than would ever do to hide them in the shadows. And the news media is out there telling you, yeah, we believe. I mean, that's one example of what we've done. But the news media is out there. 69% left-wing journalists going, we don't think the other side should have a say. We don't think that you should hear what the other side wants to say.
Settle
and then
that.
you got Katie Tur sitting there going, I don't understand why nobody trusts us. Yeah, I wonder
Let's
why.
settle that.
Just like 95.3 Michiana's News Channel.
Casey Hendrickson, 95.3 MNC.
Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Springs move. Plus I've got the preload and a relatively soft spring going. So, let's go.
Well, that's just it, Eric. They love the fear porn. This is about keeping you in that perpetual state of anxiety. That's what it's about. Keep people angry and afraid all the time. Control their behaviors. Calm people are rational. The effort is to make you not calm. That is the whole thing.
Oh no!
You record it and you clip it out, man. But you leave it in. I mean, you leave it in. Well, I think actually show people who they are. Well, they did that on purpose, right? I mean, look, right? He's doing his job. He was willing to do it, which I'm sure was not. I'm sure that was a scary thing for him to do. But you know, it's still scary. I mean, you're out there. I mean, it's just,
Wow, look how dark it is.
you're out there. No. Right. Now, if you send 2 or something like that, but I mean, this is, you know, it's like undercover.
Here we go. Flying lap.
Train, you know, grip scan, you know, so things like that. So, you know, they do this a lot on any
Nope.
it's a story that impacts a certain community. They say that important. And it's like, sometimes that makes sense, and sometimes it's like, hey, stop. Just sensible.
6th gear is kind of unusable.
Unfortunately, everything is about narrative.
With this car being so handicapped, the BOP.
And that's, you know, all you have to do, though, is go over there and be like, all right, why are you rallying? Yeah, what do you want here? That's what I asked him. I put it in. Somebody asked me. Right. And he did. Now, he was polite. He was cordial. but he did not present him or his cause well at all. What's that? Sure. Hey everybody, Casey Hendrickson here for Favors B-Window. If you go to bwindow.com, you take a look at tons of other great service options they provide. It's not just windows, but they're best known for putting in these awesome windows. So if you need new windows in your home, B-Window is the place to go. And again, I've known the owners of the company, Matt, we talked about the supply chain issues, how they've adjusted the supply chain issues. Certain suppliers were not providing quality work. They got rid of those suppliers, went to different suppliers to make sure they were getting the best possible end product for their customers. This is a company that cares about you. They don't care about just getting your dollars and getting the job done. They actually care about you loving the work that gets done. Whether it's new windows or siding, bathroom remodels, porch conversions, or any of the other great services that they offer. Right now, this is the summer sales going on. All products up to 40% off. Plus, you get 25% off manufacturer rebates for 22 months, no interest, no payments for all companies. Go to bwindow.com, set up a free consultation today. Please let B-Window know that I sent you.
News Talk 95.3, Oceanics News Channel, your breaking news and weather station.
Now, let me give you an example of the difference between not just left and right wheels. To give you kind of an idea of the difference in journalists versus Americans. U.S. journalists more likely than the public to say that all sides don't always deserve equal coverage. Now, as I've told you before, I know that the news
all right, here we go, race
social
time.
media and everything else kind of makes it seem like we're all at each other's throats constantly.
Here we go.
Most of us get along with people around us. You know, most of us, I've got plenty of listeners in my audience who disagree with me on political policy.
Okay, I'm in the C's now. Interesting.
Most of us have family members.
Did I move up to C? Yes, I did.
Disagree with.
No, I didn't.
We still get along just fine.
No, I didn't. I'm still at D, but I'm almost at C, I guess.
Mike Gallagher, his wife, Crystal
man.
Soul, was a prominent liberal Democrat. He's a conservative radio.
Okay.
They loved each other dearly. When you don't allow this stuff to divide you,
Yeah, I gotta jump in my Supra, I guess.
lose.
I guess I gotta jump in the
It is
Supra.
really about keeping you in a perpetual state of
Yeah,
anxiety.
I don't want to jump in the
I've
Supra
been
though.
research for many years now. It is all about keeping you angry and afraid constantly. That's why they move. In every news cycle, they move from one crisis to another crisis to another crisis to another crisis. We played you the montages over and over and over and over again. It's never just, oh, hey, things are great today. Hope nothing bad happens. It is you wake up in the morning and this thing is going to end the world and should scare you. And the next day it's something else. And if nothing is going on, they'll just fall back on man-made global warming is going to kill you in your sleep when you go to bed at night one day. They do this constantly to keep you in this perpetual state of anxiety. So should journalists strive to give every side equal coverage? U.S. journalists, 44% say yes. Adults in the United States, 76% say yes. So 3/4 of adults say, yeah, give every side an equal say. Let us figure this out.
12, really?
Journalists are going, no, you're not bright enough to do that.
Show us the order.
And that's the argument they make on social media all the time.
Show us the order.
You are not smart enough to figure it out on your own.
All right,
and what
the
they
order.
do is they highlight examples of people going down a well, which happened throughout all of human history. People going down a well in a conspiracy. Okay?
12th.
But the news media themselves went down a well in several conspiracy
Be
theories
good.
for the past 7
Be
years.
clean. Be smart.
So
stay on the track.
Better than any
Don't
of
be
you.
stupid.
But yeah, people do go down those wells. It does happen. But you're also going to drive them more towards that when you don't give them
Fuel?
a reason
Really?
to
Why?
listen to you. When you banish them, what are they going to do? They're going to go to the dark corners of the internet. And oftentimes, the dark corners of the internet is where some of this outlandish stuff exists. And I'm not saying that everything outlandish is not real, because that's certainly not the case. Some of this outlandish stuff, so quote-unquote outlandish stuff, is very real. But when you don't give them an opportunity to give you a chance, all you're doing basically
Fuck,
to
sorry.
give
Well,
away.
you're welcome.
And it doesn't benefit anybody. So a vast majority of U.S. adults want both sides of the story, and a minority of U.S. journalists want to give both sides of the story. Complete disconnect that Katie Short does not understand when people do not trust her and the news media. Follow me
That's a dickhead move.
At Casey the Host, rumble.com/Casey the Host, btmedia.news. You can work on 95 minutes.
Damn, dude, way back here, huh?
TRC-FM and HD1.
Golly. Golly. Fuck. Now I get a penalty? After all that, you fuckers are gonna give me a penalty? Fuck. Americans are sleeping. Europeans are awake. And running. They're in their American accounts running.
45 specific AR-15s and 30 AK-47s. Anyone want to take a guess who this law doesn't apply to them? Go.
I'm hot.
It literally carves out an exception for department.
My hot is nothing compared to people that are in 100 degree
Even
temps.
retired law enforcement. Granted, this bill does grandfather existing guns and magazines, but that's not really saying anything. They know that if they also ban existing guns and magazines, they'd have to straight up confiscate over 20 million rifles, and who knows how many magazines. This bill would literally be unpassable. The only reason they know this is because of how everyone reacted to this.
Well, I lost one position, and I'm sucking the air out of the fucking room.
The fact of the matter is they should have been legal. Even the kind of pro-gun control people thought this was a bit too far, so they all started walking it back and calling it a buyback instead. But when the gun community exposed that to be the exact same thing, just stopped talking about it altogether. But they're not worried though. They know once they get this bill passed, at some point there will be a shooting in the future where the shooter uses a grandfather rifle, and then the American people will be begging to have those guns confiscated too. Remember, they play the long game because they know Americans' memories are short. They're also trying to slide in a safe storage law with this bill, which basically says you have grandfathered gun, you have to have it locked up or on your person or so close to you that it might as well be on your person. Now, here's the thing. If the goal of this bill is to save as many lives as possible, why are we even talking about so-called assault weapons? According to the FBI, on average, 2 times the number of people are killed with knives versus AR-15s. More people are killed by clubs and hammers.
Where's that wind at? Where's that wind?
Hell, more people are killed by hands, fists, and feet than AR-15s. Also keep in mind, the FBI lumps AR-15s into a general category of rifle. So chances are,
these guys are building up their alt accounts. Meanwhile, people like me are struggling to get, bigger.
Under the guise of you just save as many lives as possible. AR-15s aren't
Damn, that's the kind of fucking dumb shit right there. Why I'm where I'm at.
Collect the data back to 1992, showing that assault weapons account for 24.6% of public mass shootings. Instead,
well, at least I'm back in my starting position. I got to catch 11. I got, what, 3 laps to catch him? 2 laps to catch him? Yeah, I got 2 laps to catch him.
How is this bill about saving lives when the National Safety Council put the lifetime risk of being killed in the United States by an assault with a firearm?
Well, if you want to be competitive, I guess I got to get in the Supra.
The lifetime risk of dying in a mass shooting.
I guess I got to get in the Supra.
110,154. About the same chance of dying from a dog attack or legal execution. There is a 3 times greater chance of dying from a sharp object than from a mass shooting. This bill is nothing more than an ignorant play to ban guns. Anyone with a working understanding of logic can see this. If banning AR-15 saves lives, then banning handguns saves even more lives. But it's easier to ban AR-15s first. Then when those are banned, and people realize that people are dying from handguns, it would be easy to then ban those too. It's literally what they did in Canada. First they banned the so-called assault weapons, and then they banned the sale of handguns. And then our media literally praised them for it. The people in this country have way more power
Dude,
than they
are you
realize.
seriously going to try and do this kind of dumb shit?
It's so simple. It's almost nothing. You simply call, write, even text, hell, even DM your representatives and tell them not to vote for this crap. If they do, lose your vote. That's literally it. Enough people.
I'm gonna pass you. I'm gonna pass you, dude. All right, I'm gonna fucking pass you on the inside.
They'll piss off their constituency. You don't even have to get all fancy with it. Just say, all right, hey, vote for this bill.
Really? You're gonna drive me to the wall, dude?
And if they vote for it, make sure they're not voting.
Do you want the fucking position back that bad? Do you really? Do you want it back that bad, dude?
If the bill doesn't
Take your fucking position back.
Vote it out. Seen it time and time again.
Go on, take your fucking position back. You pussy, what are you doing?
Otherwise,
did you leave?
Stop thinking you just have to accept what they do.
You're an ass, dude. Give me your fucking position back, because you're driving like an idiot. All over the track.
Democrats, the House. That is unless some of these liberal gun owners start making the two-way rights a voting issue.
Last lap.
Representatives know that voting for this bill is detrimental to the election. After it passes the House, it will go to the Senate, where it's split.
Man, I'm in the wrong car, Jack.
We need to vote in favor of the bill, or liberal gun owners, then few Democrats vote against the bill. Balls in your court. You know what to do. You know, we talk a lot about the Congress, except for when it comes to the Senate. However, you can't think of anything more empowering than having the most effective tool to protect you and your family. Help us spread this message by liking and sharing it with everyone. Don't forget to subscribe to the Second Amendment. He said, Militia, we're talking about the government. It's talking about you. Also, you know where to find the item to share merchandise.
Gotta finish.
And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And most importantly, make sure you get that bell soon.
Electric Studios. From the first step to the final phase. Industrial and commercial electrical done right. Casey Hendrickson.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. Newstalk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. Don't forget you can watch the live stream at rumble.com/Casey the host. Rumble.com/Casey the host. Make sure you hit that subscribe button when you're over there as well, too, please, so you get notified of the early show and any other video uploads we do. Telemundo is doing the latest reporting on the 10-year-old Ohio rape case. And it's not getting a lot of attention in the English language. I'm not exactly
there you
sure
go.
why Telemundo's owned by NBC.
There you go, you finished.
So I would assume that NBC on the English side would want to have the scoop on all
I
of this.
think time to change cars. That's what I think.
Last week, we get the report here that there's an abortion doctor in Indianapolis says that
Well, I moved up a spot.
After
moving down 2 spots. Yeah.
Had to leave Ohio and come to Indiana to get an abortion. The Attorney General for Ohio was like, we don't have any evidence that this case is real.
Always be
and
courteous.
She wouldn't have had to leave Ohio
Always be kind.
anyway because Ohio law
there you go. Boom.
allows for abortions in that circumstance, so they would not have needed to leave. Okay. Now it's always possible that somebody misinterpreted the law and that sort of thing, and then went to Indiana anyway. Okay, but Ohio's laws do allow for abortions in that circumstance to happen in the state of Ohio. We've gone over those laws with you before. This is just a refresher here. So it's the Indiana abortion doctor who tells everybody about this, which naturally starts the pro-abortion movement going, see, you want to force a 10-year-old to raise her child. That's not what anybody was saying, but that became the argument. Well, suddenly, we start having everybody, including the Washington Post and mainstream outlets, going, we can't confirm that this story is legitimate at all. Like, we can't find any evidence that this is a real story. All we have is the abortion doctor in Indiana saying that it happened. And, okay, are they telling the truth? We don't know. Can't find any evidence of this. So what is
7 minutes.
After
7 minutes. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
The next day, we have an illegal immigrant who is taken into custody and allegedly admits to the rapes. Okay? We then allegedly have the 10-year-old.
We're going to deport you.
This illegal
They
alien
need to do some DNA testing, man.
Allegedly.
They need to do some DNA testing.
There's still a lot up in the air. But that's the story. So now everybody is like, okay, well, it really did happen, but this is an illegal immigrant who would not have raped a child if he were not in the country.
Karen doesn't know what to do.
And then we also have these other factors going in here, like,
I gotta fix my wheel.
Does nobody know this happened?
I threw the screws in loose.
The abortion doctors and
yeah, you're not gonna rob me my first fucking lap. Fuck off.
Reported this case to the state authorities, as is required by law. There's a 2018 story that accuses this doctor and other doctors of also failing to report other underage abortions. Okay? Now, that's just the story. We covered that story when it happened. I gave you a refresher on it here last week. Then we end up finding out at the end of the week last week that the mother is defending the rapist, alleged rapist. The mother of the 10-year-old is defending the alleged rapist of her daughter. So there's all sorts of weird things happening in this story. The news outlet that is doing the reporting here is Telemundo. We are dealing with Spanish-speaking people. Telemundo is the one that keeps doing this. Telemundo showed up at the door, had the door slammed in their face. Telemundo has persisted. So Telemundo now has new information, which we posted on Truth Social over the weekend. As we suspected last week, Telemundo has confirmed that the mother of the 10-year-old is, in fact, in a relationship with the alleged rapist. Which we told you we assumed.
Wow, the brakes were terrible.
We think that he's probably the sole provider of the family, and that
brakes were
she's
horrible in the car.
reliant and dependent upon him.
Tires are cold too, I guess.
I also theorized that they did get the abortion done in Ohio because they wanted to hide the fact that the assault happened. And that's why they went in. That is my assumption. I don't know for sure. So here's Newsbusters. It appears that Telemundo is the only national media outlet currently seeking to center the true victim of the awful Ohio rape case, the abortionist, the girl whose innocence was shattered by a member of her own household. So correspondent Maria Vargas Leon, and I probably butchered that, I'm sorry.
Oh, definitely. Wow, 165.
So Maria
probably
Vargas,
170.
this is
Close to.
I actually can't play you the video since most of you will not be able to understand it. Maria Vargas, hiding her face, this woman who opened for us the door of the home where the police confirmed that the rapist lives, charged with raping a 10-year-old girl, his name identified herself as the mother of the minor.
Gotta break at the 50.
Stated that he is innocent.
Sand is too far.
Do you, as the girl's mother, think that he is innocent? The mother says, of course. The reporter asked them, why is he incarcerated? The mother says, I don't know, but I don't really want to talk. The reporter then says, Telemundo News confirmed with two people who know her that she is indeed the girl's mother, including Daisy Torres, who claims that they both frequent the same nightclub. Upon seeing photos and video images recorded with our camera, she said the following. Is that her? It's her. Yes, that's right. The reporter then asked, and you are, you say that she is the mother of the 10-year-old who was raped?
Yes,
it is the girl's mother. The reporter then says she
Why is this race starting?
Is in a relationship with the alleged rapist. The woman says he's her partner, and he is the father of the child that she is carrying in her womb right now. The reporter then asks, so the woman is pregnant? The lady says yes. Throughout our exclusive interview with the woman who says that she is the girl's mother, we pressed her on whether the 27-year-old was the minor's rapist. She replied without hesitation.
Get out with it.
The mother said
Get in the race.
Everything that they are saying against him is a lie. As I have said last week, and I will continue to say,
what's Smoggy
why
driving?
is this girl still in this house?
What's Smoggy driving?
I suppose a best case scenario is The abortion doctor is lying about this
Flex
entire
is driving
thing,
the Genesis.
and there was no rape of
Smoggy
10-year-old
driving
child,
the
which is
F-Type,
ultimately
the
what I
Jag.
hope the truth
Of course.
is. I hope that this girl was not attacked. The worst of it is
Really,
the mother
Brigsby?
is okay with him
Really, Brigsby?
attacking her child.
What's that shit, dude?
And is protecting him.
TLC
Well, not protecting
Brigsby?
her child. In which case, the child needs to be removed from the home immediately and placed in protective care where she can be protected.
Alright.
This is
What's with the
awful story.
ELC?
And it's one that nobody would even consider possibly being true because there's no evidence. And if there was evidence to show up, the mom is saying that none of the evidence is real. Now, what I don't have is I don't have the mom denying that there was an abortion. Because I would assume that would be a big part of it. So if you're Telemundo, and maybe they asked this question, I just haven't seen it, I don't know, but maybe you go, was your 10-year-old daughter impregnated, and was there an abortion in the state of Indiana? And if so, who was the person responsible for impregnating? Maybe ask that question. Because if the mom is going to defend the boyfriend here, I would assume the mom would be able to provide some kind of clarity that there was no pregnancy. And this child is perfectly safe at home. And if she can't do that, you have got to rescue this child. You've got to get her out of here. How is it? And Tom Rokita is fighting the case, so to speak, but how is it that Child Protective Services in the state of Indiana have not kicked in this door and taken this girl away? Or have they and I've just missed it? Have I just missed that story? Why isn't it every article I read about this, nobody says that the child's been taken out of the home and placed in protective custody pending investigation? Why is that? If he raped her, she should not be in this house with the woman who is defending him. Period. But that appears to be the case. And I'm going to give kudos here. Telemundo is the one doing the reporting here. I don't know why the English language
Back to D, people.
portion of Telemundo, which is NBC News, is not picking up on it. I mean, you've got an exclusive here, basically. Yeah. This is the only reporter who's been able to talk with the mother.
Down at the bottom.
To my knowledge, this is the only reporter who's talked to a family friend. Happens to be her clubbing partner. By the way, if you're pregnant and you have a 10-year-old, you should probably stop clubbing.
Yeah.
Probably not in the list of activities you should be doing as a responsible adult. Not that there's anything wrong with going to a club once in a while, but you probably shouldn't have a clubbing partner that you go to the club with on a regular basis. That's why I never done me some email that goes in a job. Well, I don't know. This story gets, again, this is like development. Every time there's an update, it gets worse. Every single time. And at the end of the day, my concern is with the 10-year-old who doesn't appear to be protected and doesn't appear to have anybody in her corner at all right now. Not a single person. Now, with that said, we mentioned the Attorney General, Tom Rokita, and of course the doctor, Dr. Bernard. Dr. Bernard is now publicly going after the Attorney General, Tom Rokita, and has even sent him a cease and desist letter. We'll talk about that coming up on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
Casey Hendrickson.
He's the Attorney General. He's the Attorney General. Idiots. Stupid people. Stupid decisions. Where's the grid?
Bunch of people in service going, hey, we should try to protect this 10-year-old. And I don't see a lot of people on the other side. everybody else seems to be focused on whether or not the doctor is guilty of it. It's like, okay, that's a big deal. You have a 10-year-old. Everybody at this point in time believes Ray White's died. And the mom denying it, and the 10-year-old still being with the mom. So either the rape did not happen, or the mother is protecting the rapist. I mean, I suppose the third option is the girl was raped and it wasn't him, and he just admitted to it allegedly for no reason, and the girl allegedly identified it for no reason, if those reports are accurate. Exactly. I think that's where most parents are. Most parents, even if they weren't convinced that it happened, most parents would have an abundance of caution to protect their child.
Car! Terrible brakes on this car, man. Good night. Gave you room and I fucking got gutted. Gave you room and I got gutted. Gave you room and I got gutted.
Yeah, no, that's the state of that.
They are running the DNA. That's the correct. They are running the DNA on the aborted tissue. Confirm it's him.
Wow, I don't like this car at all. I don't like this car. You got to brake way too fucking early. No, I don't like this car.
Hey everybody, Casey Hendrickson here. If you wear safety glasses or goggles for your recreational activity or your work, or even if you're just doing stuff in the garage, around the house, in the yard, you probably have run into an issue with your glasses fogging up, and it's annoying. And you try to come up with all sorts of creative ways to keep them from fogging up, and of course, depending on the weather, it just gets worse and worse, and then sometimes you get so frustrated with not being able to see, you just take your glasses off, and you throw caution to the wind and you risk it, right? Well, that can cost you a lot of money. If you're a business employee taking your safety glasses off, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars a year in workman's comp and lost wages. That's a lot of money, seriously impacting your ability to function as a company. But all you have to do is get an Xbox system, make it mandatory for everybody to have this system on their glasses. It is not going to impede their ability to work, and their glasses will not fog up, which means they won't have to take their glasses off to constantly remove fog, and while they're working with heavy machinery, they won't be impaired with their vision, which could cause other injuries to their hands or other parts of their body. Go to xfog.com, exfog.com, promo code CASEY, you'll get 10% off.
Well, here at Michiana's Morning News, I'm Laura Smith.
Good morning, Montana.
I'm going to good call just now that called in and asked a question and said, are they doing any DNA testing on this? Yes, they are. When the story was announced that the alleged rapist had been taken into custody and allegedly has admitted to it, and the girl allegedly has identified it. Okay? And I can't confirm that. I'm just telling you what the law enforcement sources said to the news. They did say in the news articles after he was taken into custody that they were pursuing a DNA angle by getting the tissue from the abortion and tying it to him. Okay? So yes, they are pursuing a DNA angle on this. Now, perhaps they are waiting for that evidence to come back before they remove the girl from the household. I'm not a lawyer, but they've removed people in the state of Indiana for a heck of a lot less with far less evidence.
Yeah.
And I would say that out of an abundance of caution, this girl should be removed from this home pending this investigation. Because if he did rape her, if he did, this girl can't be in that house. Even though he's in custody, this girl can't be in that house because the mom is out there defending him. The same mom who allegedly took her daughter across state lines to get an abortion. Now, if it's not him, if the DNA comes back negative and it's not him, we've got some other questions. Why was it reported in the news that he admitted to it? Why was it reported in the news that the 10-year-old identified it? Was it reported in the news that that happened, or did the news make it up? Who then is the person responsible for the pregnancy? If it wasn't him, who impregnated a 10-year-old? We need to find that person so we can throw that person off the hook. Excuse me, prosecute that person. Sorry, let me get my fantasy world here. I'm spacing me. We need to figure out what's going on here. If it was him, then the mom's defending him, and at that point, like, we need to get the kid out of the house. I think the kid should be out of the house now. They remove children all the time based on accusation, not based on any evidence for abuse. And we have a lot of evidence here about this girl being abused, and it apparently came from within the home, and her mom is saying, no, I didn't. It doesn't appear to be offering up any alternatives. So if there was an abortion involving this 10-year-old, somebody impregnated the 10-year-old, and that person is a rapist. Period. Just 10. So we need to figure this out. But in the meantime, why is she still in the house? This leads me to the other thing that the left is focusing on. The left now is just circling the wagons around Kathleen, Dr. Caitlin Bernard, Kathleen Lane's attorney, forgive me, my fault. So the left is just circling the wagons around the abortion doctor. Now, the abortion doctor allegedly did not file the paperwork and notify the state of Indiana that this case happened. Dr. Bernard has been accused of this in the past. Kathleen Delaney, the attorney for Dr. Caitlin Bernard, has sent a cease and desist to the Indiana Attorney General, Todd Rokita, stating that he made, quote, false and misleading statements about Dr. Bernard on Fox News, along with a statement to local media that cast Bernard in a false light and alleged misconduct in her profession.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't get that. I played you his interview with Jesse Waters on here. He said he was going to investigate. He didn't say that she was guilty of anything. And I've told you many times here too. Like, look, if there's no record of this, we need to figure out why there's no record of it. If she filed the paperwork and it isn't known to anybody, we need to figure out why that paperwork didn't get to the proper place. But you've got government officials in 2 states who couldn't track this case down.
Oh my gosh.
Which means there's a lack of paperwork reporting that is happening here. Now, whether that is the doctor not doing her job, not adhering to the law, or there's a breakdown somewhere else after this doctor reports it as required by the law, then I don't know which one it is. The cease and desist comes at the heels of Rokita vowing to performing an abortion on 10-year-old rape victim who traveled from Ohio to Indiana to seek an abortion after the Buckeye State banned abortion for 6 weeks following the U.S. Supreme Court during Roe v. Wade.
Hurry up, I gotta pee.
Fox 59 News is failing to tell you that the state of Ohio has exceptions for cases like this.
Gotta pee.
Rokita had threatened Bernard's license.
I gotta pee. I don't have a freaking pee jar sitting next to me. Why does it take so long to load, man? It's just a fucking time trial.
Maybe that's slander.
Jeez.
maybe that's slanders. She is an abortion activist. That's
Car
a
settings.
fact. That's something that
Tires.
she
Oh, seriously?
advocates.
You can run softs? What's that shit?
And he did threaten
Really?
license if
Man.
she didn't do
What kind of crap is that?
And then he was investigating that.
Okay.
What is the point?
Mediums? Okay, fine. I'll run mediums then.
As well as vowing to look into
Gee whiz, man.
reporting on a 10-year-old girl's abortion. She's been
What do
accused
you
of
want from
reporting
me?
abortions. That is true. Fox 59.
What tires do you fucking want?
Report that reported the abortion within the required time frame. However, on Friday, Indiana University Health also issued a statement saying that they conducted an investigation of Bernard to see if she complied with privacy laws. And
horrible fucking brakes.
They would.
I don't like
So
this
Fox
car.
59 says that they have paperwork that shows she did file.
I'm not gonna make
She
it. I
did
gotta
file
pee.
the paperwork.
The race is gonna start, and I'll fucking be in the pit.
Again,
I gotta
if
pee.
that ends up
I've got to pee.
being true, then we have
Come on, I
to
gotta pee.
figure out why it is that this stuff is not getting where it needs to go. How many days did we talk about this story and you had nobody in government in Ohio or Indiana able to find any actual evidence of this happening?
Oh, I gotta
And it's
pee.
not just them, it's the entire news media.
5 minutes.
Even the Washington Post fact-checking division could not find any paperwork
Get
corroborating
pee.
that this actually happened, which means that there is some kind of a breakdown if, in fact, Dr. Bernard filed the paperwork. Now, perhaps there's a reporting requirement, and Dr. Bernard filed the paperwork before the reporting requirement, but after the story broke. I suppose that is a possibility, too. I'd have to look at the date on this, but so they've sent a cease and desist to the Attorney General saying, no, she filed the paperwork when, by the time that she was required. And if that's true, I'm willing to accept that that may be true, we have to ask another question. Why is it that the paperwork is not getting to where it needs to go in a timely fashion? And Tom Rokita's position on this, which for the record should be all anybody is concerned about, his position on this is that if we didn't know about this, then this girl could have been victimized more times. We need to know when a 10-year-old is being assaulted so we can take legal action and protect the 10-year-old. That is his position. That doesn't seem to be what anybody is focusing on. MNC News time is 4:31. It's time to check out
4.5 minutes.
jewelry
4:27. Nice.
jewelry for the moments that last a lifetime.
This is Michiana's breaking news and weather station.
Beverage.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and play some music, folks. I'll be back in just a little bit.
What? What? What did he? Did he? Go. You guys ready for this to load? I have like 30 seconds to qualify. Hi, Ziggy. Good boy, Ziggy. Hi, kitty. Hi, Ziggy. Hi, puppy. Hi, big kitty. Hi, big kitty. Hi, big kitty. Hi, Ziggy. What you doing? Hi, Ziggy. Hi, Ziggy. Hi, kitty. Hi, big kitty. Pepper. Can I change tires? Can I change tires? Why are you even giving me the option to change tires if you're not gonna let me fucking change tires, assholes? Ugh. not helping us. Not hurting too much either, though. It's not a headwind. Braking too late, dude. Everything's back about 25 meters. 25 yards. About 25 meters back. Oh, here we go. 25 meters back, all of them. 25 meters back. Alrighty.
To the final phase, industrial and commercial electrical direct. Casey Hendrickson.
All right, I have answers for you. I have answers for you.
The dirty dog.
Hold up the report that the abortion doctor filed in the state of Indiana, including that she indicated that there was abuse of the child. This report was filed on July 2nd, 2 days after the abortion was performed. 1 day after Dr. Bernard went public with the story in the Indianapolis Star.
Get better. Get better. Get
so
better,
Dr. Bernard
get better.
has this 10-year-old come into her office, allegedly. Has the 10-year-old come into her office.
Now.
Does the abortion the last day of June. And then tells the entire world about it the next day. And then files the paperwork the day after she tells the entire world about it. Now, that was still July 2nd. And we have still got to ask, why is it that it took so long for anybody to figure out that this report was filed?
I know this track. I just don't know this car.
Why isn't it something that is easily accessed?
I don't know this car.
By even higher-ups in the government? That is a question that has to be asked, but the timeline is abortion is provided. The next day, the doctor gives an interview with the Indianapolis Star, which goes national. The day after the abortion doctor lets the entire country know about this story, then she files the report required by law, which was within the 3-day period. So she appears to have not broken any laws on this case. But she didn't only file the paper, and some people, you know, maybe are nitpicking on that, maybe won't care all that much as long as she did it within the 3 days, and filing the report probably isn't necessarily considered a big deal for most people. But now you have the timeline. Since Fox 59 pulled up the actual document, which is why the cease and desist has been sent to Tom Rapito. I don't think Tom Rapito was able to see that this report was filed. I don't think that he's in intentionally just going after the doctor, even seeing the report and saying, I'm going to go after her anyway.
Someone crashed behind me.
But this is somebody who has
25
been accused, the doctor's been accused several times of not
25 each.
filing those reports.
Literally.
So she performs the abortion the last day of June. She tells the entire world in a media interview the next day on July 1st. She files the report that she performed this abortion with the child being abused. The next day on July 2nd, which is one day before the deadline. That's the timeline here, if you are keeping track. But like I said, I'm not trying to criticize the timeline here. I just want you to know what actually happened. And that's the timeline. Okay. Oh, sorry. Dr. Burks. Dr. Burks. I wonder if Dr. Burks will keep a new job after this point. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Dr. Burks has admitted to some things. Dr. Burks, who often appeared in front of COVID-19 task force briefings on behalf of the Donald Trump administration, has admitted to doctoring data associated with the government's response, as well as quietly altering the CDC control advice. CDC device without authorization, according to what? Burks was brought into the White House task force following recommendations from Republican Party figures such as Matt Mowers, now running for Congress in New Hampshire's 1st Congressional District, writes in her underperforming book, Silent Invasion. I devised a workaround for the governor's reports I was then writing. Instead of including those recommendations in the common bulleted list, I'd include them in the pandemic summary and state-specific recommendations in the governor's reports. When they wouldn't be so obvious. Week by week, Mark's office began providing line-by-line edits. After the heavily edited documents were returned to me, I'd reinsert what they had objected to, but place it in those different locations. I'd also reorder and restructure the bullet points.
Go forward.
So the most salient, the points the administration objected to most, no longer fell at the start of the bullet points. I shared these strategies with the 3 members of the data team, also writing these reports. Our Saturday and Sunday report writing routine soon became write, submit, revise, hide, resubmit. Fortunately, the strategic sleight of hand worked. That they never seemed to catch this subterfuge left me to conclude that either they read the finished reports too quickly, or they neglected to do the word search that would have revealed the language to which they objected. Wow. So the press reports indicate that Burks' ability to operate in such a manner was specifically due to Matt Mowers' influence. Though Burks was not personally close to the president, she was able to develop a close relationship with the White House, in part because Trump campaign official Matt Mowers served as her chief of staff for nearly 2 years, according to a source familiar with the situation. Within weeks, however, Burks was thwarting the will of the president and his team in order to prioritize.
Had a great run running. Damn it! Gotta get past these guys. These guys are pros, just hanging back probably.
The only bit of subterfuge I had to engage in immediately after the Atlas revised CDC testing guidance. By the way, Atlas guidance have been proven right by this entire. So she actively went against Dr. Atlas, who has been correct for most of the pandemic.
Took off his nose.
After the Atlas includes revised CDC testing guidance went up in late August, I contacted Bob Britton.
Fucking Viper is fast here.
He confirmed my suspicions and disagreed with the guidance, but had felt pressured by HHS and the White House to post it. Also, many on his staff in Atlanta were still comfortable prioritizing symptomatic individuals even at this late point. And again, basically what she's saying is, I felt asymptomatic people were concerned, whereas a lot of people not just in the White House, but in the CDC headquarters, felt that symptomatic people were needed to be focused, they needed to be prioritized, and we disagree with that, so we just changed the rules and changed things around without anybody giving us approval. And of course, what was proven? Asymptomatic people, not a big threat. Symptomatic people, always a threat. 8 months into the pandemic, many at both the White House and the CDC still refuse to see that silent spread played a prominent role in viral spread, and that it started with social gatherings, especially among adults. Forward. Not the best. We had to find a way around them, reorganizing to recognizing the damage to public health the Scott Atlas-driven testing guidance could do, and was doing with testing rates dropping across the country. Bob and I quietly rewrite the guidance and post it to the CDC website. So she took it upon herself to change the official policy of not just the administration, but many people at the CDC. Keep that in mind. This is not an example, and I know this is how some people in Trump are trying to spin this. This is not an example of Dr. Birx going out there and saying, Trump doesn't know anything about science, so I'm just going to go around him and make sure that everything was good. She went around medical experts in the field. She went around people at the CDC who disagreed with her, and she basically blew them off and said, screw you guys, I'm going to rewrite the guidance anyway. And she ultimately was wrong for the record. But that didn't matter. So she's admitted to this in the book, that she did things that she wasn't supposed to do. And she actively hid things from the Trump administration and the COVID task force. They actively went against
wow, that's gorgeous, man. The lighting scheme is just gorgeous.
Didn't agree with CDC personnel, HHS, or health advisors in the Trump administration. And ultimately, she ended up being wrong.
All right.
None of that really mattered, right?
Good finish.
Because she was
good finish.
Trump and she was fighting the good fight.
Good finish.
She thought was best. What about every other medical
good finish
who disagree with her, who thought that they were doing the best too?
Oh my gosh. DA? Wow.
What would have happened if we had continued to focus on people? This is how many times do we do shows about the research of asymptomatic people throughout the entire pandemic? And the frustration that they continue to focus on asymptomatic people, symptomatic people in all.
All right, sorry to do that to you.
And ended up making not just the pandemic, but may have ended up making people's lives because of lockdowns, shutdowns, masking, and all this other nonsense. She's admitting to doing this in her book now. Why don't you trust public health officials? Oh, we've got the CDC saying that they've admitted to withholding evidence from you because they don't want you to misinterpret the evidence and not do what they don't want you to do. You got Fauci admitting that he lied to you on multiple occasions to manipulate your behavior. Now you got Dr. Birx in her book admitting to lying and engaging in clandestine operations to change health policy in this country without the knowledge of prominent members of the Trump administration, HHS, and the CDC. We've got more coming up. Newstalk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel.
Casey Hendrickson, 95.3.
I thought I had the Viper. Where's the friggin' Viper at? I thought I had a Viper. Where's my damn Viper at? Shit. Where is my Viper? Pretty sure I had a damn Viper, man. Ooh, look at that. This kind of screams. Yeah, let's run that. Let's see what this can do. Let's see what you can do. I don't like the way this car drives. Well, all I gotta do is extend my braking zone is 25 meters. So it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I just gotta extend the braking zone. Alright, heating pad, get where you need to be. Now. I don't even know how long I've got. Shit. I gotta bust the AC down. It's too warm. It's too warm down here. 68 outside. Where you at, Casey? There he is. Alright, let's go. Come on, go, 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 go. Go. Come on, go. Oh my gosh. Wow, the lighting. Wow. Just the lighting is amazing at this fucking track. All I gotta do is add day and night and rain. Man, that'd be amazing. 24 hours here, that'd be great. I mean, even the grind race, you know, grinding sardines, the lighting does change, and sometimes it gets, you know, pretty dark. Not like sundown or anything like that, but, you know, obscured by clouds. Huh, we may have a new car. Maybe. Top speed. New top speed. I like how it drives. It's very secure. And it's not sliding either so much. If I brake on time, I may be able to get 100 on this. The super deck has to be at 150, or 125, 130. Trained by Scotty. This is a full lap. Out lap doesn't count. This one does. 140. Lacking the top speed. No, can't get to 170. So I got to outdrive in the corners. That car can't brake for shit. This one can. Too late. Waiting on you, Casey. I like this. This is close to my friggin'. This is close to my RCF. This is close. It's just lacking the top end. It's lacking top end, that's all. Car feels good. It's lacking top end. It's not quite as planted. And it takes that past the 100. Like at the 90. I like the way this car feels. I gotta look at the power graph, see when to shift. This is a good time. This is a really good time. That's a really good time for me. That's a good time.
Oh, air-powered arrow rifle. Yo, I'm down for that. I like those.
Alright, let's bust it out.
Michiana's news channel, your breaking news and weather station.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. Newstalk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. Speaking of embarrassments, Anthony Fauci has announced that he plans to retire upon Biden leaving the White House. Couldn't come fast enough.
He can still face prison.
There's even more stuff coming out about Wuhan Lab and everything else. I mean, it's just emails after emails after emails. But Fauci did announce his plan to retire at the end of Joe Biden's term. An interview that happened today.
A little bit late.
NASCAR driver Bobby East was murdered, stabbed to death at a gas station.
I don't know who he is.
He was stabbed by a homeless man who was wanted for other warrants.
Wow, he should be in a mental hospital.
He was stabbed in the chest. Apparently they had murder beforehand. Not exactly sure what happened. They're still investigating all of that. The individual who was responsible, there was a report that came in that he was at a hotel and the SWAT team showed up. They ended up killing him after serving a search warrant. And no officers were injured. A police K-9 unit did sustain a single gunshot wound that was not life-threatening, but they were able to kill him. So
that's how I...
The family of Bobby East, the fans of Bobby.
Okay.
Just trying to pump his gas.
There we go. That's a good time.
It's murder.
That's a solid time. That's a solid time.
David Crosby, the classic rocker. David Crosby is a human pile of crap. I don't know if you know anything about him. Whether you like his music or not, he's a steaming pile of garbage.
Okay, well.
He's not a good human being. And, you know, perhaps you could say that that's his age, but he's really been this way for a long time. He's just not somebody that people like who come in contact with.
How the fuck are they running that fast in this car? Especially that thing.
So,
holy shit, a 140 in a Mustang? It's a fucking Ford, though.
On Twitter, actually, was it Twitter? Yeah, Twitter. That might have been Instagram. Somebody on Twitter is an artist, and they made a picture of him. And it's basically a side profile picture. It looks like a painting.
Change cars.
They tagged him in it. It says,
I want the Merc.
David Crosby.
Let's see how the Merc does.
Well, I did a picture of you. Thanks for the music. And then, you know, posted the picture that he did of him, which actually is pretty decent art, if you ask me. Looks like a good depiction of him, but it's, you know, it's kind of cartoony. It's not realism. And Crosby
what did the guy commission, though?
That is the weirdest painting of me I have ever seen, with very poor punctuation, and then says, "Don't quit your day job."
What a dick. Or am I stuck in this car for the race? Am I stuck in this car for the race?
Now, contrast that with Gina Carano. My stream sponsor, SilverFoxArt.com, made a picture of Gina Carano. Gina Carano liked the picture.
Nice.
You know, it's great art, actually, and it's available. You can buy it. It's great art, but she liked it. She did. I've never seen Gina Carano. All of the fan depictions of her character on The Mandalorian or any of her other artwork, I've never seen her denigrate.
How much time do we have? How much time do we have?
And here you've got this whole front. Somebody actually made some artwork about this guy.
Oh my.
In his life.
It's heavy. This car is heavy. Car is heavy.
Somebody had actually pointed out, it's like, you should be thankful that anybody's even still making art for you. I didn't even know you were still alive. Which is true.
Oh.
This is that art-sniffing mentality.
Nope. No, thank you.
Better than all of you.
No front grip whatsoever. Nope. That would have sucked if I got stuck in that car.
Character on the show.
That would have sucked,
which
man.
some new listeners don't understand.
That would have sucked.
History of it. There's a reason that I do that.
Fuck. I don't want to drive the
Man, if you are
Supra.
lucky enough to even have fans, let alone fans who want to
It
create
handles
artwork
bad.
and likeness and send it to you,
Fucking Supra handles bad.
show a little common courtesy and respect. And
Yeah.
even if you don't like it, thank them for it. Don't trash it.
The Supra handles bad.
Scum.
I don't want to drive the Supra.
That's Sue Davies.
You have to drive the Supra.
But he's always been good scum. I've known that for a long time.
Figure it out.
You would assume he'd at least keep up appearances a little
Back
bit
it
on
up.
social media, but apparently not.
Just back it up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to the website.
Just back it up 25 meters.
Not news. Go to the store. All new, limited edition.
Doesn't have the grip.
Tears.
Doesn't have the arrow. But it's fast.
TRC,
Yes.
HD1, Niles, Sim, and Elkhart.
How much time do we have, man? I feel like time's being wasted. And Viper is, you know, always up ahead for a reason here. Car am I in? The Supra. Yep, back in the Supra. Earlier. Cannot push it. You gotta brake earlier in this car. How can brakes up? I'll brake after the 50. Right after the 50. At like the 40. Casey, what the fuck are you doing, dude? What do you make me listen to? Oh shit, late, way late. Damn it. So much for that lap. And the next one. Fuck. How much time is left? Wait. Did I miss my fucking race time? You fucking dumb game. Seriously? You just stuck me in fucking time trial limbo? You assholes. Dude. You stuck me in fucking time trial limbo? Come on, man. What's that shit? $11 minutes? Well, at least I got out of their cycle. At least I got out of their cycle. Get in a different cycle. I got 10 minutes. Alright? 10 minutes. Two laps. 4 laps, 5 laps, 5 laps. Well, I mean, lucky you get 4 at this point. This shit's going slow. Alright, 25 meters back, all of them. And the front end washes out. Super easy. Go. Go. Oh, motherfucker. Dude, fuck you. Seriously? Why are you dumping us there? That's such a bitch move.
And time off. Taking your sealed eyewear off to clear the lens can cost you. X-Fog is changing the rules and helping you get the most out of
It's gorgeous. Shadows. It's all gorgeous. It's gorgeous. 164, 165.
Casey for 10% off your order. Ask for your favorite retailer today.
Nope.
From the final phase.
Can't get one lap off.
From the first step to the final phase. Industrial and commercial electrical done right. Casey Hendrickson.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for tuning in to Newstalk 95, Radio Michiana's news channel. I'm your host, Casey Hendrickson. All right. Let's see, where do I say first? Okay, Truth Social, at Casey the host. TruthSocial.com, at Casey the host. Remember, everybody can join Truth Social now. You don't need an iPhone. They say that the Android app is close. They've been saying that for a while, though. But it's not on Truth Social. Apparently, this is a Google issue. But you can go to the website now, truthsocial.com. You can sign up, you get an account. You know, what's interesting is that there's, one of the places that I follow, a big place too, they were saying they have 1 million followers on Truth Social and like 270,000 followers on Twitter, which should not make any sense considering the user base. So just something to keep in perspective. Engagement on Truth Social is really good. You go to like Getter or any of the other websites, it's like engagement is kind of sporadic.
Wow, the shadows is crazy. We never raced under this condition. Wow.
Followers there, so it's not a massive amount. But
and we have like beautiful conditions, sometimes obscured by cloud. Like shadows, that's gorgeous. Man, this track is amazing.
I'm going to cue my audio. There's a group that is in DC, and this group is offering basically bounties. They're called Shutdown DC. They're offering bounties. Okay? Bounties.
Where are they getting money from to do that?
Citing of the Supreme Court Justices Kavanaugh, Alito, Thomas, Gorsuch, and of course, Andy Green. So if you find them out and about anywhere in DC, they will pay you via Venmo $50 for a confirmed sighting and $200 if they're still there 30 minutes after your
That's a corrupt app.
Now, they posted this on Twitter, which, for the record, Twitter doesn't seem to think violates their terms of service.
Yeah, let's change tires.
Remember, it's a federal crime to try and intimidate a federal court officer or any officer of the court, actually, but the federal crime here in this case.
7 minutes.
So shut down D.C. D.C. service industry workers, if you see Kavanaugh, Alito, Thomas, Gorsuch, Coney Barrett, or Roberts, DM us with details. We'll then owe you $50 for a confirmed sighting and $200 if they're still
get used to it, man.
After your message because you're going to be harassed. For Kavanaugh had to leave a restaurant because he was being harassed. So, Fox Business reporter Hillary Vaughn went up to Elizabeth Warren because Elizabeth Warren has basically been telling people to harass Supreme Court justices. And so, Hillary Vaughn goes up to Elizabeth Warren and says, hey, there's a group out there offering to pay people for confirmed sightings. Now, when you have a group offering $50 to $200 for a confirmed sighting of somebody, that's group
treason,
is getting
man.
paid. They have a
That's fucking treason.
Somebody's paying them money.
That's treason.
So Hillary Vaughn went up to Elizabeth Warren and basically asked her if you think it's appropriate for a group to be offering bounties to find
That's treason.
justice so you can harass them.
She ordered them to do it. She ordered them to do it. That's treason.
Offering to pay people
That's fucking treason.
of justices. Do you think that this is
Endangering the lives of justices? That's treason.
Warren walking away from her and slamming the door of the car.
Good grief, what the fuck is happening to our country?
So one of the senators who called for people to harass the Supreme Court justices called for the shutdown of all crisis pregnancy centers in the entire country. Once they're all shut down, she just slammed the door in this reporter's face. It's a legitimate question. They're offering a bounty. Now, I can run a Twitter account or whatever. I can't offer anybody $50 to $200 for any confirmed sighting of Pete Chaston or anybody else. I can't offer that because I don't have a financial backing, which means shut down D.C. as a financial backing.
Exactly.
So who's backing shut down D.C.?
Exactly.
Who is funding the targeted harassment of federal court officials in violation of the law? Interesting stuff, right? In Europe, there is a heat wave that has killed hundreds of people. An electric vehicle reportedly has sparked a wildfire that has displaced thousands in France. The heat wave continues to be an issue there. Of course, naturally, they are blaming man-made global warming, even though, it's summer and stuff, and, this sort of thing happens. Emmanuel Macron has actually said that he's the president of France and the leader of the free world right now. Emmanuel Macron announced that street lights were going to be turned off in response to the energy crisis because they don't have enough gas from Russia. They're facing a total cutoff from Russian gas, and so he's asking people to cut back. He did this during a television interview. He's asking people to cut back. He says summer and early autumn are going to be very hard for French people. He also he said, we're going to turn the lights off to conserve energy. We need you to conserve energy where you can. But he also said that France was not unnecessarily reliant on
I didn't lose too much. I know I lost some, though.
Why are you turning everything off, dude? Could it be that you got away from your nuclear power plants? Could that be you embrace clean energy and then you go back to nuclear? Could that possibly be the reason why?
Uh-oh, that's a penalty.
Turn off the street lights for crying out loud. Now, he did say something that I found to be very interesting and truthful. 146. He said that while things are worse because of the war, this is not because of the war. So this was a problem before the war. Said the quiet part out loud there. You're not supposed to say that.
Back up a little bit.
So, Emmanuel Macron contradicting Joe Biden. Locally, 3 Niles school board members are being recalled. A group of Berrien County parents have told Real News Michiana that they've been successful in collecting enough signatures to recall 3 members of the Niles Community Schools Board of Trustees. Good. The 3 members are President Mark Worthman, Treasurer Al Zelmer, and Trustee David Fish. The group is delivering the signatures to the county clerk. We realize that there are some people on the board who are not effective and do not have the best interest of our children in mind, says Victory Woodall, events coordinator for We the Parents. We the Parents is a grassroots group that was created by several parents who did not like what they saw being taught in local schools, and it provides itself on 3 core values: faith, family, and freedom. I'll explain that we, the parents, have been organized to fight against many of the things that have been reported by this show, News Michiana, and others, including critical race theory being taught in our schools. We've given you some examples of abuse that's happening to parents at school board meetings. The school board basically violating the law, actually, and the police chief going along with it. The police chief violating the law himself and basically just saying, well, I'm the police chief, I can do what I want. You know, this is, I wish that Mayor Shelton were more active in all of this and getting to the bottom of it, but he's kind of done his hands-off thing here because he doesn't want the controversy, I think. I like Mayor Shelton, I do, but, you know, this is an important issue. So good for them. They got the signatures that have been pushed forward for the recall of those 3 individuals on the Niles Board of Trustees, School Board of Trustees. I wish them success. There's a lot of people that think they have no business being on the school board. And one of the blessings of COVID is that has been exposed. Because I've been saying this my entire radio career. And most people don't ever pay attention because it's school board. I mean, who pays attention to who's running for school board, right? Well, now people know. Now people are paying attention, and that's good news. In fact, speaking of school boards, so I got a notification today. I wanted to go and bring this up because I think this is something that you will all find pretty interesting regarding Penn Harris Madison. So I got a notification today that there's going to be a PHM candidate board seat meeting. So if you are in the Penn District, PHM candidate board seat meeting will be at 718 West McKinley on the 20th at 6:30 p.m. So if you're in the Penn Harris Madison School District, there's a candidate board seat meeting, at 718 West McKinley on the 20th at 6:30 p.m. And you need that information, I'll post that to social media as well. Got more coming up. Who's like 95.3, Michiana's News Channel.
Oh my gosh, I didn't get to finish it. Holy shit. It would have been 3 seconds. Maybe. At least 2. Fuck. That was 142. Okay. That was a fucking 142, man. Jeez. That was a 142. Fuck me. Wow. I don't know anybody in here by these names, at least. Oh boy.
I don't know how many of you have seen the early show yet, but if you're interested in the math involved in buying an electric vehicle, I would encourage you to watch it today, because I went through the actual math and whether or not an electric vehicle will save you money or not. So definitely go check that out. And that's because Pete basically admitted that the good thing about high gas prices will push you to electric vehicles.
Oh shit.
He's also the guy that is proposing mileage tax. So push into those electric vehicles and they'll hit you with a mileage tax. Suddenly the cost of owning an electric vehicle isn't as affordable.
Alright. Okay, alright, Super John's Let's Rock. Where am I at? 12th. Okay. What the fuck is that all about? 12th out of 16.
There was an early show today.
Let's move up 1 spot. Alright, let's start with 1. Be clean. Be clean. Be clean. Be clean. Be clean. There it is, that gorgeous car. Ooh, that sounds rough. Brakes on. Dude, you were in the fucking cat litter. Alright, wind this bitch out. Damn you, bitch! Get in the fucking truck!
Everybody, Casey,
go!
Southwest Vision Center. If you are looking for a place to do your eyes, routine exam, glasses, contact lenses, or if you just want to go ahead and get it, someplace that you use dry eye syndrome like I have. Southwest Vision
Had it. Fucking had it.
SWVisionCenter.com. This place started treating my dry eye syndrome a couple years ago, and I wasn't able to do my follow-ups after the treatments because of COVID. I finally went back a couple months ago, and my dry eye syndrome is basically gone. Now it can come back if I don't maintain my routine and everything else, but this is something that had bothered me for years, and it was getting really out of hand. My eyes were burning all the time. Hard to keep them open, just very, very uncomfortable. Now I don't have that problem. Go to SWVisionCenter.com, SWVisionCenter.com. Mention me. My listeners get discounts that frequently beat their insurance. SWVisionCenter.com.
Here on Michiana's Morning News, I'm Laura Smith.
I'm Chad Tippy, back Tuesday morning, 5 till 9, 95.3. Let's see. Thank you for tuning in. News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. Once again, I am your host, Casey Henderson. So, Joe Biden had another failed Mideast trip. I know, we just talked about this. His disastrous Mideast trip last time around wasn't very good. This time around it was even more of a train wreck. He was asked about the fist bump with Prince. Now, remember, leftists don't even want him to talk with the Prince in Saudi Arabia because they think Prince is a murderer because of Khashoggi, even though Khashoggi was not a journalist. Khashoggi was a government agent trying to overthrow the Saudi government, but I digress. Nonetheless, I mean, the people who were involved with his death were punished by the prince, although some people will say the prince ordered it, and, maybe not, don't really care. Khashoggi was a government actor on behalf of Yemen, and he was trying to overthrow the Saudi government, so frankly, him getting caught and executed isn't really something that I'm overly upset about. Beyond that, the Saudi prince hates terrorists. He's pro-West, hates terrorists, hates jihadists.
I'm running up against the
He wants to de-radicalize anybody in his country who might be radicalized. He's moving his country towards the West. That is something that should be embraced and celebrated in Saudi Arabia. But they also repeatedly told the United States and France, Macron, as the leader of the free world right now, that Saudi Arabia doesn't have the ability to increase output. And Saudi Arabia's position, too, is that even if we could increase output, which we can, you don't have the ability to refine it, which is true. Because people like Joe Biden have opposed expanding oil refineries in this country. And suddenly they're all running around and going, you guys need to open refineries, and we basically force you to close down. It doesn't work that way. So anyway, this was a humiliating trip to Saudi Arabia. It didn't do any good. Leftists didn't want him to actually engage with the prince. He did. He did the weird fist bump thing. with the prince, and then, of course, they made a big deal out of it. The White House did. The White House made a big deal about this stupid fist bump. It was like a photo op moment. They pushed it out to everybody. They did that, okay? That's not something that just happened. It wasn't a hot mic moment. It wasn't a Joe Biden is supposed to publicly hate the prince, but in private they're fist bumping, like Obama secretly telling the Russian prime minister that he would have more time after the election to help them out with their stuff. Remember that? It wasn't like that. This is a big promoted thing from the White House. And so now reporters are asking them about it. Like, the fist bump thing, and you didn't get any, oil, and like, what's going on? And Joe Biden's yelling at these reporters and go, don't you have something better to talk about? Well, you guys made an initiative. Nobody else made an initiative. You did. You're the ones that made this a big deal. Normally it wouldn't be a big deal. I did hear Dan Bongino say, when was the last time there was a handshake? There's several in the Trump administration. Where the left tried to say that Trump was, basically he refused to shake hands with somebody, or somebody refused to shake hands with him, and there's a bunch of they're not holding hands, he and Melania, and that sort of stuff. There's a bunch of those big controversies. They were all debunked. Not one of them is a Jew. But they were all, they tried to make this issue with the Trump administration. So there's this fist bump moment, right? Joe Biden's cool, he's fist bumping the prince of Saudi Arabia. And it didn't make any sense because he didn't come away with anything. So it was ridiculous. It was a failure. It was a wasted trip, just like his last one. It was
3 seconds?
So anyway, when he went to Saudi Arabia, basically begging Saudi Arabia to do what Saudi Arabia's already told him that they couldn't do, which is improve oil output. We shouldn't be asking the Saudis to improve oil output when we have the ability to improve oil output here. And he's choosing not to do that on federal land. Now, in Montana, on state land, they are pushing an oil boom in that state, just like the Dakotas pushed an oil boom and a natural gas boom. I should say that too. Under the Obama administration, in spite of Obama's anti-oil and gas policy, and then later on, Obama tried to take credit for stuff that happened in spite of his policies, not because of it. And I told you they're going to do the same thing with Montana. They're already starting to. When the AP article last week, gas prices up. What? What are you talking about? So the U.S. oil producers have issued a message to Biden during his trip to Saudi Arabia. This is from the Epoch Times, or Epoch Times. I guess I found out recently that there is a dispute within that organization how to pronounce their name. It's Epoch. It's spelled Epoch. And whenever I say Epoch, I get people go, no, it's Epic. And then when I say Epic, people go, it's Epoch. Look, Epoch is a word, E-P-O-C-H. That is, it's a thing. It has a definition. And there is another website called the Epoch Times. So I didn't want to call the Epoch Times the Epoch Times because there's an Epoch Times. But people don't know there's an Epoch Times because it's a much smaller platform. You get it. Anyway, I'm just letting you know that I'm going to go back and forth probably between Epic and Epoch. Because I want to irritate everybody. But ultimately, I think it's Epoch. So anyway, after Joe Biden met with the Saudi leaders abroad, U.S. oil producers said that the federal government should stop targeting the industry. Quote, in spite of attempts to limit supply, we're doing, in spite of, I love this. So this is an oil company going, in spite of attempts to limit supply, meaning Joe Biden and his policies to limit supply of oil, we're doing everything we can to increase our production. Now that is Tall City Exploration President, CEO Mike Osman. He told that to Fox Business. We're spending all the money that we make. We're putting it right back into the ground with the addition of bank borrowing that we're doing. Gas prices actually have dropped by more than 45 cents per gallon in the past month, according to the AAA. Biden went to Saudi Arabia last week to meet with top kingdom officials, including the Crown Prince, in a bid to expand oil production in the Middle East. But again, Saudi Arabia already told him and Macron at G7 they don't have the ability to produce more. I think the former vice president could have saved a lot of time and taxpayer dollars and come out here to Midland, Texas to talk to us instead of going to Saudi Arabia. That is Latshaw Drilling President Trent Latshaw to Fox Business. Mr. Former Vice President, I'm putting that word in their mouth. They're actually calling him president, but I'm putting the former vice president, just so everybody's, just if there's maybe. Mr. Former Vice President, if you want to talk about increased oil production, come out here and talk to us because we're just the industry that can help you do that. Meanwhile, there is little to no indication that the Biden administration will relax some of its policies that are discouraging the oil and gas industry. And not only is there not any indication that they're relaxing, they keep expanding. They just did it again last week, too. It's like every week there's some new policy with the Biden administration limiting oil exploration and oil production. And then they go after the oil companies and say, it's your fault. But that's not how this works. And you have Pete Buttigieg admitting the blind part out loud on a podcast or radio show here. I did the early show about this today. And he goes out, he basically said, it's a good thing that we're pushing people to electric cars. High gas prices are going to push people to electric. That's good. That's wonderful. You know, this is the guy that tried to tell you that if you can't afford gas, buy an electric car. Well, if you can't afford gas, you can't afford an electric car. I did all of the math on this show before. I went over it in more detail with sources that you can see on the early show's video today. Go to rumble.com, AC the host, take a look at the early show today, where I broke down how much it costs to buy an electric vehicle, how much it costs to run one per year, you know, who can actually benefit from owning an electric vehicle. So I can just, there are some people who can benefit. Most people can't. But this is also the same Pete Buttigieg that wants a mileage tax on everybody. So right now they're going to use the high gas prices to push electric vehicles and say, see, the high gas prices, you're like, break even after like 5 or 10 years. But that's without a mileage tax. Then you're going to get a mileage tax for it. That's what Pete Buttigieg was proposing from the very beginning. He wants to tax you per mile. Per mile that you drive, he wants to tax you. So if you're in a gasoline car, you're going to get that tax. If you're in an electric vehicle, you can get that tax. That's what he wants to do. So then the cost of owning an electric vehicle is going to go up exponentially. And they'll factor that in. They want to push you as far as they can into electric vehicles as much as possible by trying to fudge the numbers and make it seem like it's more affordable than it really is. And then they're going to make it switch you and they'll raise your taxes. Just like they did with hybrids and cafe standards where they go, you're going to save money because you're going to be buying less gasoline. And then when you bought less gasoline, they complained you bought less gasoline because they raised taxes on you because you weren't buying as much gasoline. That's how it works. One of my listeners says the government's not going to take a haircut on taxes. It's a great way of putting it. MSC News Time is 5:32. Let me check out Impress Jewelry Creations, creating meaningful jewelry for the moments that last a lifetime.
This is Michiana's breaking news and weather station.
Oh man, did you all see that the mayor of DC is like super bad that illegal immigrants keep in Central City? Did we call that or what? OCH, like that's EPOD. But I found out last week that apparently people in that organization that they even argue about it. So the people who work there.
Epic was taking so not to make it Hispanic where you screw up language. Every time I get a great fucking lap going. Damn.
Hey everybody, Casey Hendrickson here for 5-Star Painting, and I've told you many times, like this, our entire experience, you were with us the entire way, our entire experience with 5-Star Painting has been great. You know, started off from, hey, we want to get our house painted on the outside, and, you know, how much do you charge for that? Them coming out and doing the quote and asking us about the other details that we were going to do. We ended up getting, you know, some extra stuff done that a lot of people wouldn't get done. And, we wanted to really transform the entire curb appeal of our home. And then we got to a point where the weather allowed for them to come out and paint the exterior. They came out and did a power spray and made sure the house was completely clean. They came out, they had a pre-inspection to make sure that they were going to get everything done right, with the right colors. Then they performed the job for painting. It took about 2 days to get that taken care of. And then they did a post-inspection where they went through and they marked a couple of spots that needed to be touched up before they left. And they did all of that, and then they left. And the house now is, if you ask me, the nicest looking house on the block. And we've had a couple of neighbors come up to us and compliment us on how great the house looks when we took it over as a bit of a fixer-upper. It's a great house now, and when you pull up to it, my wife was just saying the other day, we pulled up at night, she's like, look at our house. You know, when you get to that point, when you pull up to your home, and you have a sigh of relief that you live there, that's a really, really good testament that you're doing the right thing, and we couldn't have done it without 5-Star Painting. Go to 5starpainting.com, mention me, you get free paint with your project, get a free consultation today, 5starpainting.com.
From the first step to the final phase, industrial and commercial electrical done right. Casey Hendrickson.
Now our cabinets got in. We got really good cabinets. They're friends of ours. Our cabinets got in 3 months early. Which is great, but I wasn't planning on it. So the cabinets are 3 months early, so we finalized our countertops over the weekend, and getting those at the end of the day, trying to pass that up so we do the kitchen. Things are trucking along, but they're all happening like super fast. Anybody's remodeling, I guess you kind of know it's either hurry up and wait, or it's just absolute total chaos and not enough time today. Yeah, the house is coming along great. Looking forward to sharing some pictures with public on that, but big improvements. Somebody mentioned this on the live stream on Rumble at rumble.com/CaseyClips. And
dude, why are you shoving me shit?
I wasn't going to talk about it. I thought about talking about it, but then I decided that I wasn't. And people were asking me about it, so why the heck not? Did you hear that Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have gotten married? Ben, did you know that? Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck are married. Which, for the record, I think is a really good thing, because both of them are awful partners, and now everybody else who would have been sucked in by the appeal of them is now saying, move on to somebody else. Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck got married. Now, why should we care, Casey? Well, you shouldn't. It's not important. But what was funny, it's not even important, what was funny, is that It's Not News and CNN, they ran a chyron on the bottom. And when they were doing the story, they're talking about Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez getting married, and oh, it's amazing. You were supposed to stop for a drug addict. I don't think Jennifer Lopez is unfaithful. Is that a politically correct enough way for me to phrase that?
Thank you.
That Jennifer Lopez can't lock down a relationship? She can. It's just that she's the problem in the relationship. And Ben Affleck is always the problem in his relationship. So he's a drug addict.
9
cheats. She cheats all the time. They're perfect for each other. They should just get married and have an open relationship. But why is this even being discussed like this? I don't care about them. You don't care about them. Most people don't care about them. If you do care about them, I question your life priorities, but whatever. The chyron on CNN was that Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez, something to the effect of, they got married around civilians. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez are civilians. What kind of a warped mentality do you have to assume that Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez are not civilians? They are civilians. I don't know if somebody just had a brain fart could come up with got married around the public or in public or whatever. I don't know what that was about. Somebody's like, they got married around civilians. Huh? Like, you got a bunch of plebes and stuff like that they hung out with? It was so nice of these two people who don't have great reputations to go ahead and bless everybody with their presence. They got married around a bunch of civilians. This is hysterical. Alright, so I'm glad about there you go. That was my lifestyle topic of the day. We got more coming up. News Time 95.3. Michigan is new shit.
Casey Hendrickson.
Friday noon. Friday. This Friday.
Halfway through. Tires are gone all of a sudden. Shit. We started 7th, ended 7th. Fuck. Good. Good. Blew it. I just fucking blew it right there.
Do I get notifications of what?
Yay! I moved up to the spot. Woohoo! Woohoo! Moved up a spot. Wow. How about that? How about that? How about that?
I'm down in Junior's News app. Those notifications are
No! Get back in there, dipshit. How about that? Woo!
Finally! God. Excuse me. It's at 10.
How's it doing? Yeah, should be helping. 3:30.
Uh-oh. Did Eric Holcomb screw up again?
Uh-oh.
Eric Holcomb had to issue an additional follow-up statement to his original statement on the Greenwood shooting.
Oh, shit. Really?
Praising the Good Samaritan. Did you forget the Good Samaritan is for press members?
Yeah, no shit. Wow. Wow. That's what? Whoa, we got a visitor! We got a visitor!
On News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel.
Well, that is, hi.
Good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in to News Talk 95.3.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
I'm your host, Casey.
What just happened?
95.3, Michiana.
Oh, we got a visitor! Oh, no, we lost the visitor. And the visitor.
News channel.
Well, that is, hi. Oh, the visitor gone. Casey, I'm not starting over from scratch, dude.
Taking your sealed eyewear off to clear the lens can cost you.
Alright, let's go.
You get the most out
See where we're at now.
Leisure time. Visit exfog.com.
And great. Partnerships. And yes. Doesn't matter. Don't count. It's not even showing it in time, bitch. Well, the car's a lot softer in the race.
News Talk 95.3, Michiana's news channel. I'm your host, Casey Hendricks.
4 laps, maybe 5.
All right. So where do I send you first? Okay, go to Truth Social, at Casey the host. TruthSocial.com, at Casey the host. Remember, everybody can join Truth Social now. You don't need an iPhone. They say that the Android app is close. They've been saying that for a while, though. But it's not on Truth Social. Apparently, this is a Google issue. But you can go to the website now, truthsocial.com. You can sign up and get an account. You know, what's interesting is that there's, one of the places that I follow, big place too, They were saying they have 1 million followers on Truth Social and 270,000 followers on Twitter, which should not make any sense considering the user base. So just something to keep in perspective. Engagement on Truth Social is really good. Some extra stuff done that a lot of people wouldn't get done. And, we wanted to really transform the entire curb appeal of our home. And then we got to a point where weather allowed them to come out and paint the exterior. They came out and did a power spray, make sure the house was heated. They came out, they had a pre-inspection to make sure they were getting everything done right, the right colors. Then they performed the job for painting. It took about 2 days to get that taken care of. And then they did a post-inspection where they went through and they marked a couple of spots that needed to be touched up before they left. They did all of that, and then they left. And the house now is, if you ask me, the nicest looking house on the block. We've had a couple of neighbors come up to us and compliment us on how great the house looks when we took it over as a bit of a fixer-upper. It's a great house now, and when you pull up to it, my wife was just saying the other day, we pulled up at night, she's like, look at our house. You know, when you get to that point, you pull up to your home, and you have a sigh of relief that you live there, that's a really, really good testament that you're doing the right thing. You couldn't have done it without 5-star painting. Go to 5starpainting.com, mention me, get a free paint with your project, get a free consultation today, 5starpainting.com.
From the first step to the final phase, industrial and commercial electrical done right. Casey Hendrickson.
And now our cabinets got in. We got really good cabinet people. They're friends of ours. Our cabinets got in 3 months early. Which is great, but I wasn't planning on it. So the cabinets are 3 months early, so we finalized our countertops over the weekend, and getting those delivered today, trying to get that set up so I can redo the kitchen. Things are trucking along, but they're all happening like super fast. Anybody's remodeling, it's either hurry up and wait, or it's just absolute total chaos and not enough time in the day. Yes, the house is coming along great. Looking forward to sharing some pictures with the public on that. But big improvements. Someone mentioned this on the live stream on Rumble at rumble.com/CaseyCubs. And I wasn't going to talk about it. I thought about talking about it, but then I decided that I wasn't, and people are asking me about it, so why the heck not? Did you hear that Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have gotten married? Ben, did you know that? Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck are married. Which, for the record, I think is a really good thing, because both of them are awful partners, and now everybody else who would have been sucked in by the appeal of them is now safe to move on to somebody else. But Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck got married. Now, why should we care, Casey? Well, you should. It's not important. What was funny, it's not important, it was funny, is that It's Not News at CNN, they ran a chyron on the bottom. And when they were doing the story, they're talking about Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez getting married. Amazing. We're all supposed to stop for a drug addict and a woman who can't. I don't think Jennifer Lopez has ever been faithful. Is that a politically correct enough way for me to phrase that? That Jennifer Lopez can't lock down a relationship? She can. It's just that she's the problem in the relationship. And Ben Affleck is always the problem in his relationship. So he's a drug addict who cheats. She cheats all the time. They're working for each other. They should just get married and have an open relationship. But why is this even being discussed on the show? I don't care about them. You don't care about them. Most people care about them. If you do care about them, I question your life priorities, but whatever. The chyron on CNN was that Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez, something to the effect of, they got married around civilians. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez are civilians. What kind of a warped mentality do you have to assume that Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez are not civilians? They are civilian. You're supposed. I don't know if somebody who's had a brain fart could come up with got married around public or in public or whatever. I don't know what that was about. Somebody's like, no, they got married around civilians. Huh? Like, you got a bunch of plebes and stuff like that they hung out with. It was so nice of these two people who don't have great reputations to go ahead and bless everybody with their presence. They got married around a bunch of civilians. That's hysterical. All right, so I brought it up. There you go. That was my lifestyle topic of the day. We got more coming up. News 95.3, Michiana's News Channel.
Casey Henderson.
Friday at noon.
Friday at noon. Friday at noon.
This Friday.
Well, here we go. Woo! Okay.
We have it on our Facebook page yet. We have it on our Facebook page. Sure. I don't want to make changes to my page.
Right, you got that on time.
Not have it on our Facebook page.
Dude. Seriously. Let's just open up a brand new account and take out Dave. Oh gosh, I'm B? How am I DB? What the fuck is that shit? How am I gonna B? Fuck. Fucking shit.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what the commercial they're running at this speed.
Flat monkey.
Do I get notifications of what?
Oh shit. Fuck. Dude.
Right now, Don Jr. Those notifications are bothering me a little bit.
Last. 7th to last, one corner. Fucking broke too late. Of course. I got hope idiots fall off. And there we go! Boom! I got pounded by
Finally.
some dildo.
God.
Shut up, Casey. Oh my god. What is with this car? Like no fucking tires.
Had to issue an additional follow-up statement to his original statement on the Greenwood shooting.
Let's go make up a couple spots.
Good Samaritan. So did you forget the Good Samaritan in his first press conference?
During Michiana's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 till 9 on News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel.
And good afternoon. Thank you for tuning in to News Talk 95.3, Michiana's News Channel. I'm your host, Casey Henderson. Happy Monday. Everybody out there. Alright, so Black Lives Matter is being slammed for protesting cops for shooting a man who opened fire into a home. The video has gone viral. The mother was in the apartment with her children as he fired into the apartment. She went out and she confronted BLM protesters who were protesting the police using deadly force against the guy after a 6-hour standoff. And she basically ripped, I can't play you the audio because of languages that the language words, language being said in the video. And what I found interesting about this is that while she was pointing out, she's like, this is not like George Floyd. George Floyd was unarmed. This guy tried to kill me in my home in front of my kids. And how dare you, paraphrasing, how dare you be protesting on his behalf because he was a victim. Now, what I also found interesting about that is that she was being cussed at and called a liar by the Black Lives Matter protesters. Even though you can clearly see that her apartment was shot up. The attorney for the family claimed, well, he's got mental illness. So? I mean, it sucks that he had mental illness, but he still tried to light up a woman and her children, and the police had to act. You don't get an out just because you have a mental illness. Most people who pick up gun to kill people do have a mental illness. That's how it works. So BLM continues to claim themselves. We'll see you tomorrow. Have fun.
Bill O'Reilly here. The O'Reilly Update brought to you by the guys.
Oh, police body camera footage. That's what you got there. Oh, so much more development stuff coming out. Guess we're gonna have more updates on that too.
Wow, I did fucking lose it, huh? Wow. 11. Who dropped out? 4 fucking spots. Why?
Well, folks, answer any questions you guys ask. Hit me up for any reason. Oh, God. everybody, Casey Hendrickson here. The latest release of the Uvalde shooting makes the situation get even worse if you thought that was possible. We'll talk about that and more Tuesday.
Oh, fuck, man. Golly.
Hey everybody, Casey Hendrickson here. The latest release of the Uvalde shooting continues to show the situation is even worse than you thought. We'll talk about that Tuesday, 3 to 6 on 95.3 MNC. Says, did the show today seem to go by faster than usual? It went by pretty fast. I don't know about faster than usual, but it did go by pretty fast. That's the question that I have too, Eric. If you haven't been to this, I think it's done. Good question. Oh, Barry asked the same thing. Yeah, she was, Eric. She was tearing them up. But they were calling her a liar and a bunch of names and stuff, man.
That is not helping my driver rating or my fucking safety rating whatsoever. That is killing me. Damn, man. Fuck.
Hold on. Let me pull it up.
Jeez.
718 West McKinley is what it says. Is that Arby's?
Hey everybody, Casey Hendrickson here. The latest release of the Uvalde shooting continues to show the situation is even worse than you thought. We'll talk about that Tuesday, 3 to 6 on 95.3 MNC.
How long do I fucking wait for another race? The Brits are awake now. 9 o'clock around their time. 9:30 their time. Eight minutes. 3:50. All right. Let's do some laps.
Might have to get confirmation on it. I'm wondering if it's going to be a Heritage house, but let me double check on the address. I'm going to confirm the address. Assuming it's Heritage Meeting House, but I don't know. They didn't give me an actual building. We'll double check. We'll see what we got. No chase. I just sent them a message. I'll post it when I get confirmation. Alright, I might have to, I don't know what she's going to do. So I will figure out when that is, and I will post that and then reiterate tomorrow. Okay? They texted me 718, but it's quite possible that they typed it out.
All right, Casey. Let's see you tomorrow, bud. Heating pad at? Yeah, get over here. How long? 4 minutes? Alright, I can pull off 2 laps. Wind is in the same position every race. Not changing. That's my. No, it's not my lap. I gotta fix my wheel. 150 gives me room. Or just after 150 gives me room. Nowhere. Ah, shit. Always. My best lap of 139. And it goes black. Okay. Your best. Ah, DP now. Wow. Good or is that bad? I don't know. All I know is I don't like where I'm at. I need to start moving forward. I have to start moving forward. I have to stop making stupid mistakes. I have got to stop making stupid mistakes. Know the car. Know the track. Well, get to know the car. Be clean, be smooth, be smart. Don't stick your nose in where it doesn't belong. Ah, shit. Missed it. 14th. Okay. This is what I deserve. This is where I'm at. Push through it. Push through it. That was a nice pass. That was a nice pass. Hopefully I can treat him the same way. If I get into it, it's not deliberately. testing too. Go. Better than this. You're better than this. I don't know what it is, just loud. Dude, push me left. That's clean now. That's clean. I got no complaints about that at all. Is this moving up or is this moving down? Oh man, it's hard to see. Wow, these lights. These lights. is what it is. I earned it. I hope I ran them clean. Alright, like that. Trying to read the chat. Minutes. Alright, I shall return. Sorry about that. Where's the first one? 5 minutes, I gotta pee. 3 minutes. We're fine. We're doing good. You have coffee, Grandpa? Yeah. We're doing fine. I hope that fan's not annoying. I can hear it. Pretty sure you can hear it. What noise back there? That's pretty music. Let's just relax. Get situated. I think the cats need flea drops more than I need a bigger heating pad right now. I gotta order flea drops today. Alright, here we go. I don't want to swap. That's plenty heavy to hold up against my foot. I'm not wondering where's the pedal at. I feel that pedal perfectly fine. I can switch the springs if I really want to, but I don't need to do that. Ooh, I'm a DA now? Okay, what's that mean? What's a DA mean? If you know what a DA means, please comment in the chat or in the comments below, because I don't know what a DA means. I thought a DS was, I had a good safety rating, the best safety rating you can have, or is it backwards? I think I'm close to going C. I don't know. It doesn't say percentage, it shows a little bar, and that little bar is almost full. I'm just enjoying the cruise right now because it's about to get nuts. Oops. Nope, no time for that. Alright, I just want to move up one spot. That's all. That's what I'm demanding from myself. One spot forward. And then another one. And then another one. Dude, don't be a cunt. You're a cunt, man. Wow. You're a fucking cunt. Wow. These fucking people, good. What is wrong with these people? What is seriously the fuck wrong with you people? That shit's deliberate. That shit's deliberate, man. So much for racing etiquette, I guess, huh? I'm sure PD could easily trace IP addresses and see that these bigger players were sabotaging smaller players. That's easy to track down. Even an idiot like me could do that. following you. I'm following. Thank you. Hold it together. Wheels falling apart. Hi, Garfield. And brake. Fucking tank car up there. They already fucking moved this 11th, I guess. And I guess I'm moving up. I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. Who is that? Dodger Blue Cubs. Go Cubs. Oh, come on. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Oh, so I guess I've got, well, alright, top 10. That's good. Top 10 good. Thank you for that. Anyways, on my screen now, right? Ah, shit. Sorry to do that to you. Sorry to do that to you. I had to send the Dodger dude a message because he ran me really clean. That was a nice run. These are all bigger guys and they're alt accounts. Nonetheless, we need to get some running in on this car. Because I'm not going to bed anytime soon. I need to work on this track. I need to have fun with this. I need to see this through to the end of the week. I want to be running 140. That's my goal. 140 time trial. 140. I gotta figure out what I'm doing wrong. Oh, that's a user stick right there. Fine. One good flat. What did he say? Oh, how much time we got left in this? One lap. Enough time for one lap. And the damage will be taken care of. Oh my wheel's loose. The track has a sheen to it, which would explain why the car was sliding. Earlier, don't push it. You can't push this car. $75 is where you need to be. shiny. The track is shiny. It's slippery. The track is slippery. Oh, go. Take a screenshot. Why am I DA? What the fuck does that mean? I don't know. I can't read the damn names. Shit. Subwoofer? Kudos to you, dude. Alright, let's go. Let's go cruise. Time to cruise. Gotta cruise. Alright. I'll see you in a second. Or I'm moving up. These guys are not so sloppy. These guys are better drivers. Yeah. Better drivers. Risky. We don't know. You know this guy? Is he on here? Okay, I can't even read the guy's name. good racers. They're clean. Let this shit unfold. Don't get involved in it. Don't get involved in it. Just stay close. Don't get involved in it. Stay close. That was good. Oh shit. Oh shit. Thank you. Great pedals. Thrustmaster T-LCM. Great pedals, man. Great pedals. A little bit more pressure and release it a little bit. Man. Great pedals. Sorry, I went wide. Not intentionally. I missed my braking zone. I missed my damn braking mark. I don't have a braking mark there. Something is wrong. Guess what really is. Come on, car. Go. Go. Damn it. What, backwards? Backwards. Really? And now you gotta see me there. This is the dumb shit. Missing my damn braking marks. Damn. That's the dumb shit that has to stop. Fuck. Dress it up. Alright, that's good. Moved up 2 spots. Yay! I really don't know what it means. Does it mean I'm moving up? Does it mean I'm moving down? I think it means I'm moving up. That's what I think. I think it means I'm moving up. What I do know right now, I'm going to change the base coat of this car and change its oil. For fuck's sake. Oil in this car is filthy. You can't paint it while it's dirty. You gotta clean it. Why is the dude wearing a mask? I'm gonna fucking face diaper, man. Oil. Yep. It ain't excellent. Car's been racing, man. That ain't excellent. Alright, yeah. Let's go check out. I don't know what wheels are on this car. Let me look. I don't think these are the wheels that I'm like in love with right now. And it needs to represent the rest of the herd. What does this car have on it? OZs? Yep. No, yeah, it's got OZs on it. I love the OZs, man, but that lip is weak. Just doesn't stand out quite as well as this. This is when they got weak. See, these are weak. These are weak just like the OZs. They need to have a black center. It's gunmetal center. I think, maybe, probably, yeah. But that lip, the lip is unbelievable. Or is this a darker center? The LM. These are all LM. Yep, these are all the LM series. I can't tell fucking colors. Is that darker? Is that darker than this? What's different about these two? Something has to be different about these two. I don't like. I'm gonna change it. Alright, we're gonna go with these wheels. Nothing. 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 Ouch. I need a little bit of work. Needs a little bit of work. Needs a little bit. Okay. Which one's on right now? Great. Hi, Garfield. Hey, Garfield. Hey, kitty. We're gonna paint it. We are painting it. Now we're getting there. What is that? That is for sure. Metallic, fluorescent seems to be winning the day. Blind them. Yep. Oh man, that's pretty bright. As far as gold goes, that's bright. That's really bright. Candy metallic. It's really bright. It's a bright ass gold, man. I like that. I like that a lot. We're gonna go that route. Candy metallic. Done. Boom. Make sure our decals are powder, which they are. Racing. Something's missing. The GTS is missing. Ooh. What else is missing? Fuck. What's the other car? The other one looks like, for fuck's sake. go through the gut. Straight up. Blind your ass. Yep. That's it. And that's it. Sorry to do that to you. Alright. Get out of here. Can't change the freaking tires, huh? Jerks. That's not very nice. I'm hot. I gotta earn some money, man. Damn it. Yep. Sucked me into it again, didn't ya? Yeah, you did. Damn it. Come on, Kaz. Fuck. You're killing my bank account, dude. I gotta go fucking work my ass off and get the money back. Hi, Pepper. Yep, Daddy has to go to work and make some money now. Oh my gosh. Am I fucking going up the sea? Hi, Pepper. We'll see about you. Yeah, he's missing money. Come on. Someone hasn't come up yet, Pepper. Okay. I gotta pay my dues. Can't keep going against the AI all the time. Well, these guys probably know me. I probably know them. Minutes. Let's go. Oh, fuck. Really? Change for a moment. I missed it? Or am I in it? Entry period. Jeez. Wow. Alright, let's go. See what we can do. All I had to do is brake. 25 earlier. Alright, plenty of time. Do this. Do this right. I think I'm about to go up to C. That's what I think. Or I'm really horrible and I'm going back down to E. One or the other. My wheel's loose. What, Pepper? What? Hey, Pepper. Hey, Pepper. Pepper, stop. All right, I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to jump over on YouTube.